Um, are we live on YouTube now? Sorry? Okay, can I have my phone? You need what? What do you need? Sorry, it's been a lot of last minute. God only gave us the instruction 3 weeks ago. We're on YouTube. We're live on YouTube. Gosh, thank you, Jesus. God only, yay, please. Yeah. God only gave us the instruction 3 weeks ago to have this conference here. And so you can just imagine how coming from Lagos, having a conference where is not your comfort zone. So for our other speakers, we have a panel and some of them are joining virtually. For those that are already logged on, we apologize that we're starting late. So let me go to my welcome address. Okay, I typically like to just talk, but I think I'm going to read a bit today because I'm just feeling very overwhelmed by God. So if I cry, just bear with me. Okay. So I'm pleased to welcome you all to the 7th edition. Sorry, before I start, I have to thank Kemi Adetiba for being here too. God has just sent me amazing people. Okay. So I'm pleased to welcome you all to the 7th edition of the Do It Afraid conference happening on the 7th of November 2021. 7-7. Who knows what 7 means? Sorry? Perfection. Everything concerning Nigeria and concerning you is perfected in Jesus' name. So we're hosting it today at the Transcorp Hilton Abuja. Since 2015, we have held 7 conferences and 1 workshop, had almost 5,000 people attend physically and thousands more virtually. And as a result, thousands of people have received the courage to start their businesses even in a challenging economy. The theme this year, how many people get excited about the themes every year? The theme this year is the Rising Star. And it's a call for us all to come together to rebuild our economy and our nation, Nigeria. In our world today, we all want to be shooting stars. And in the same way, we have expected Nigeria to be a shooting star. However, we are meant to be rising stars and not shooting stars. In order for Nigeria to rise, Nigeria needs you and I. Let me explain using the scientific formation of stars and the story of creation as our analogy. So please bear with me. I'm going to use some scientific terms here, but I would explain it. So for those of you that may not remember biology, just bear with me. I'll try as much as possible to explain. Stars are like huge balls of fire, not the twinkle, twinkle one we see. No, that's not what stars actually look like. They're like huge balls of fire that emit a tremendous amount of heat and light. The sun is actually a star and one of the smallest stars. It shines the brightest because it's the closest to us. Stars don't form in a few seconds, minutes, or hours. It takes millions of years for a star to form. They are born and die over millions or even billions of years. Now listen. Stars are made from dust and gas. I'm going to give you the scientific term just so that you can see it's backed by science, and I'll explain it in simple terms. A star begins its life inside vast molecular clouds of dust and gas. So just think of clouds of dust and gas around. And they mostly contain hydrogen or helium. That's not really important. These molecular clouds of dust and gas are usually normally cold and just stable. However, a nearby supernova explosion or a galactic collision may send a shockwave or tremendous amounts of energy through a molecular cloud. In the molecular cloud, the energy causes gravitational disturbance due to which it begins to collapse on itself under its own gravity. So just imagine a mountain. Just imagine the clouds then form a mountain, and like you know how like you have a volcano with the middle and they all just, the dust and gas just come in the middle. Someone was supposed to actually do a video, but he forgot the brochures, so he's on his way. Afternoon, sir. Where did I stop? Okay. So in the molecular cloud, the energy causes a gravitational disturbance due to which it begins to collapse on itself under its own gravity, causing the hydrogen and helium to clump together, thus increasing the mass in the center of the cloud. Just imagine the cloud like a mountain. The increase in mass increases the gravitational pull, thus attracting even more molecules and particles from the surrounding, just going in the middle like that. As more and more molecules and particles collapse or fall into the center of the cloud, the center begins to heat up. This heated center or heated core is known as a protostar. A protostar is a very young star. A protostar continues to pull more of the gas and the dust, and it gets hotter and hotter until the temperature and pressure reach such an extent that the hydrogen begins to fuse with one another, thereby releasing heat, light, and radiation. So they come together, and then just the pressure just brings out the heat, light, and radiation. When this happens, the inward force of gravity is exactly balanced by the outward force created by the heat and radiation. These inward and outward forces maintain balance, and thus a star is born. It is the central region which initiates a nuclear reaction, which causes the star to shine like the sun. Like I said, the sun is a star, one of the smallest stars. In simple terms, the cloud of dust and gas come together due to gravity to form a protostar, a very young star, that eventually becomes a star. Now listen to this. The small clumps made from the leftover material of the star created is what forms the planets, the other planets that you see. This means that the planets in our solar system are made from the leftover material from the sun's birth. Over the next billion years, the star will burn nuclear fuel in its center and emit energy as the radiation we call sunlight. This process described above is for our own sun. However, there are stars that are 6 times bigger than our sun, and astronomers do not know how those stars are formed. Astronomers have seen these large stars, but still don't know how they are formed. The biggest stars are known as red supergiants and are 400 times bigger than our sun. You can call them superstars. Now, for every star, there's a galaxy with the other planets. So all the stars you see in the sky, they're galaxies. So the galaxy you see with our own sun is just one of the billions of galaxies that we have on Earth. Apparently, there are about 200 billion stars in our galaxy, which is called the Milky Way. There are billions of other galaxies too. Can you see how small we are in comparison to the vastness of the universe, and how our world truly can fit into the palm of God's hands? Stars shine because they're extremely hot. The source of their energy is the nuclear reactions going on deep inside them. The inside is actually millions of degrees, extremely hot. The temperature of fire is hot, but not as hot as the star. Like I said, a shooting star is not a star. It is actually just a meteor, or you can call it dust or dirt, just moving very fast. And because it then loses its way and flies into the Earth hemisphere, atmosphere. You know, have you seen one of those Apollo kind of movies, like when a rocket ship is coming back into the Earth and then there's a big ball of fire that happens? Exactly. So a shooting star is just dust flying to the Earth, and then just there's fire or light, but people think it's a star. It's not. It's temporary. It's actually called a fallen star. Now let us connect this to the story of creation. In creation, after the explosion of light, the rest of creation was created and man was formed. For every human being, a star is born. For every human being that's born, a star is born. So you all have stars. This is why the Bible says in Matthew 2:1-2, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem in Judea, during the time of King Herod, Magi from the east came to Jerusalem and asked, "Where is the one who has been born King of Jews? We saw his star when he rose, and we have come to worship him." God created us by taking the dust of the earth and then breathing his spirit upon us. The Bible in Genesis 2 says, "And the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being." Comparing this to scientific formation of the stars, the gas is the spirit of God, while the dust is what makes up our flesh as humans. When the spirit of God is upon the dust, man is formed and alive. But when the spirit of God is taken away, man dies and becomes just dust. and essentially dead. This is why the flesh turns to dust after some time in the grave. A fallen star is just dust, like a dead man. A real star can only be a star when gas is combined with dust. Therefore, you can only be a rising star when you have the Spirit of God upon you. Nigeria is the rising star that is made up of us, 200 million people, its greatest resource. As described earlier, the dust and gas are typically cold and stable until there's a supernova explosion, which then pulls the dust and gas together. Like I said, in creation, after the explosion of light, let there be light, man was formed. The COVID pandemic is a supernova explosion that has occurred on Earth. And now it's time for the over 200 million Nigerians made up of dust and gas to come together to rebuild our nation and our economy. We all have a part to play. As we come together and when the glory of the Lord comes upon Nigeria, like the breath of God breathed upon Adam, our star will form and begin to rise. Nigeria, the star, will begin to rise. As we do this, our collective efforts will emit energy and heat, thereby creating light, which will shine for the world to see. The leftover particles in a star formation is what creates planets and solar systems, as I said. When we as Nigerians come together and our star begins to rise, we'll be able to help our African nations, our brothers and sisters in other African nations, and even the world at large, to also rise even in the midst of a global crisis. A baby star is typically bigger than an adult star. As Nigeria rises, we'll become bigger than the developed nations who have risen before us. This is why, despite the fact that we're still a young nation, many tech giants are still looking to take advantage of the investment opportunities in our nation. Welcome to the SA, a senior special advisor to the President on Digital Transformation. Thank you for being here, sir. Sir Oswald Gubadia. It is at the rising of a star that kings come, just like in the case of Jesus, who when he was born, his star shone, sorry, my language, I can't remember. And 3 kings came bringing him gifts. As the Nigerian star rises, kings of the nations of the world will come to the brightness of our rising. Like the Bible says in Isaiah 60, and kings to the brightness of the rising. I believe that Nigeria became a protostar, a small star, and a star began to rise in 1999 when we became a democracy with our first democratically elected president, Olusegun Obasanjo. We became a protostar, which is a very young star that is still gathering mass from its parent molecular cloud. It is now time for us to become a full star. It's also important, as I round up, it's important to emphasize that we can only become a full star when the glory of God comes upon our nation. If not, we would just be like a shooting star, also known as a fallen star, and will only last for a short time and die. Let us arise and come together and rebuild our nation and economy. Like in the case of a popular story in the Bible, when Nehemiah got all the Jews to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. We need those who have strategies in tech to come and build the tech sector. Those in agriculture to build the agricultural sector. Those in healthcare to build the healthcare sector. Education to build the education sector. Some of you need courage to leave your jobs. Some of you need courage to leave the diaspora and come back to Nigeria. Some of you need courage to work in government. Yes, it takes courage. Some of you need courage to leave Nigeria and go back to school or go abroad to gain international experience to work on your skills for the rebuilding. Some need to go abroad like the Ngozi Okonjo-Iwealas and the Akin Additionals, the Michael Oyelewas, John Boyega, Anthony Joshua, to make Nigerians known in the global realm. That's what you call brain circulation. They're supposed to, don't always think it's brain drain or jackpot. There's something called brain circulation because some people need to go and so that they will see them and say, come, let me come to your country. I want to know your country. But do not go unless you are sent. Unless you are sent. Some of you will need to bring your resources and wealth from the diaspora to fix our nation. Everyone has a part to play. As the glory of the Lord comes upon us, unlike a star like the sun, which rises and sets, Nigeria, the rising star, shall continue to rise till eternity and shall never set. The Lord is the everlasting light, and his light never sets. I believe that in this conference, God is going to be giving us blueprints and solutions for the rebuilding of our nation. In this year's edition, we have a lineup of Do It Afraid speakers who will be sharing their stories, Do It Afraid stories, to show you how, even though they have faced challenges, They have been resilient and put delayed gratification instead of instant satisfaction. These are rising stars in their respective industries. They are Kehinde Oniru, Ezekiel Olaye, Femi, and Inileye, and I think that's it, yes. And I will share my story as well. We would also be engaging key stakeholders in the Nigerian economy, as we need the Nigerian economy to work to be able to thrive in our different businesses and industries. We have a panel titled The Rise of the Nigerian Economy. The panelists are Mr. Oswald Oserentin Gubadia, I hope I got that right, Senior Special Advisor to the President on Digital Transformation, Mr. Laoye Jayola, the CEO of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and Tosin Faniru Dada, the CEO of Endeavor Nigeria. Ini Abasileye will be hosting a music art therapy session to enable us visualize and receive visions from God for our roles in the rebuilding of the nation. Finally, we have our keynote speaker, Dr. Esther Longe, a nation builder and a transformative leader who is passionate about seeing the new Nigeria. Ibukun Akimbamijo is our master of ceremony. I do hope whether you're joining online or physically, you'll be inspired to be part of the rising of Nigeria as you yourself become a rising star. I pray for you all today and for Nigeria that the glory of the Lord arises upon you. Thank you very much.
Wow. Can we just bow our heads? Can we all just bow our heads? And I'd like you to just put your hand on your chest and just let's make some declarations together. Just repeat after me. I am a rising star. I am a rising star. The Lord is depending on me for the actualization of his vision for Nigeria. I will not be scared. I will not be weary. I will not be frustrated. I will not see myself as small. Rather, I will see myself as the shining star that the Father has ordained me to be. Amen. I mean, I just had that flood of emotions as she was talking. You know, there was a part in a speech where she said everyone has a part to play. And I think that that's one very important thing that I just want us to leave here with today, that whatever we want to see in Nigeria, it is all a collective effort. Everyone has something to do. We're going on to the next thing, which is our first Do It Afraid story. Please turn your attention to the screen as we take the story of Mrs. Kehinde Oniru.
How are you doing? Thank you so much for having me, Manila. My name is Kehinde Oniru, and I am an author, I am a marketing professional, and I am a speaker. Thank you so much for having me today. You know, I'm just going to start off with a little introduction. Omenala and I met at a company we work for called ARM Lagos. And I remember Omenala, you know, after a couple of years, she was just feeling unfulfilled. And she said, you know, God is leading me to leave the job. And I'm like, really? God spoke to you? Like, you're leaving the job? So what are you going to do? We have to be like really, honestly, I'll get into naysayers later. Or even when God gives you a vision, God has given you a vision. God gave her a vision to leave to greener pastures. We all try to question her. We're like, what do you mean you're going to do it afraid? Exactly what it meant. She left the job to do it afraid. And she started this conference in 2015. Here we are in 2021. For me, when I look at the 7 years that this conference has been in motion, 7 represents the number of angels, the number of inner strength, inner wisdom. And I have watched my beautiful, one of my best friends, go from glory to glory, go from wisdom to wisdom, and really surrendering her life to God. Her life is a testament. I mean, congratulations. This girl just signed a whole partnership, okay, to better the financial literacy in Africa through an animation series. Omenala, you go, girl. You better go. Your life is a testament to mine and so many other women. Congratulations on this 7th edition of the Do It Afraid Conference. And I pray they will be here celebrating 80, 90, 100 more conferences, touching lives in the name of Jesus. So, a little bit about me. On July 14th this year, I actually launched my first book. I became an author, and it's called Nigerians First Women. And Nigerians First Women book celebrates 61st. We're celebrating in lieu of the 61st anniversary of Nigeria this year. And also 61 Nigerian women who have not only shaped their country, but the world. In Nigerians First Women, I relay the stories of 61 pioneering women from Nigeria, from 16th century warrior Queen Amina to the modern day Google expert, development expert Ire Aderinokun. From authors to educators to political activists and beyond, these women, with their remarkable contributions to Nigeria and the world, are a proof of what is possible with determination, with courage, and with passion. So for me, when I started on this journey, I grew up in America. I've been here since I was 10. But of course, I had the luxury of living in Nigeria for 10 years. So the last 10 years, I relocated back here 4 years ago. And I remember going through some things in my life, and I was just like, God, I'm seeking you. I'm tapping into that Ominola spirit. God, show me what is next. And I remember my daughter would ask me questions, being here as I consider myself a global citizen, right? So being here, in America, I've learned all about American history, but I felt like I didn't know my own history. And it's something that has sat with me for a long time, but I didn't know what to do with that emotion. So of course, raising an 8-year-old, amazing 24-year-old and an 8-year-old daughter, I remember my daughter asked me one day, she's like, Mommy, so who are some of the women in your continent that has done good things? And I was like, I don't know, my mommy. And she was like, okay, I get it. Like, grandma is a princess and everything, but what does she do? And I was like, she's a homemaker. She's managing my dad's 11 children or 12 kids. Hello. Like, that is a task in its own. But my daughter didn't understand. She's like, Mommy, so grandma and all these other women, what do they do? So that's how I started researching. The research started, and I started to research all about these amazing women. Now, I remember growing up, all I ever knew was like Funmilayo Ransome Kuti. You knew all about Funmilayo Ransome Kuti. You knew about how she was a political activist and how she literally just helped women in the marketplace and how she educated them. And I started to do my own research. So this is me over 40, and I'm like, okay, I need to learn some of these people. Who are some of these people in my country that have done so much? And that's how the research started. And what started as a research started as me writing. I'm a writer, so I like to write. I started researching. I started finding all these amazing women, and we collated almost 300 women. So this is just the first edition of the book. We still have many editions coming out. The name Nigerians First Women is already trademarked. The name Nigerians First Men has already been trademarked. So my goal is to create a series of history books, documenting history and documenting our culture, to be able to have this all around the libraries in the world and also all around the diaspora. So I'm beyond excited. Once again, I was a girl that, just like Ominola, I was in the corporate world. I've worked for I worked with Coca-Cola right out of college. I started Coca-Cola in 2004. So that was the first company I worked for right out of college. And I ended up spending...
We're also supposed to have the first part of Mrs. Omilola's Do It Afraid story. Can we have that now?
My name is Umi Oshikoya. I'm the convener of the Do It Afraid conference. So for the last 5 years, or actually I think 6 years since we started the conference, every year we feature an entrepreneur that has come to the conference and has been impacted to share their story. And this year I kept thinking, who are we going to feature? And I didn't have a name. And I felt God say, I should share my story. So my Do It Afraid story, I think the very first was, leaving my job in investment banking on God's instructions without a plan B, to resign and, just that He was going to show me what He wanted me to do. Fast forward, I then got an opportunity to work in the church office, which I did for a bit. And then one day, a friend of mine, Amina Bajabiamila, who she used to be one of my colleagues in investment banking, and we both used to banter and just encourage each other about resigning and following our dreams. You know, so she had done that, and she started this amazing restaurant, and she was hosting a monthly session where women come and speak to inspire the audience, called Brunch with Brains. And I was the first speaker. So she said, when she asked me, I thought, what should I talk about? And I thought about talking about doing it afraid. So that was the topic, doing it afraid. Basically just sharing my story on leaving investment banking, because I felt like I was fulfilled at that time. I didn't even know that was just the beginning. It was an amazing session filled with 30 women, you know, just friends, you know. And shortly after, Uche Pedro Bella Ninja reached out. I was like, you know, she'd been asking me to write. So I wrote an article on what I talked about, and they changed the title from Doing It Afraid to Do It Afraid. I thought, interesting, I like that. And I thought, okay, you know what, let me record an audio CD so that I would sign it off there so people can listen afterwards. And then a mentee of mine, Simisola, reached out to me that one day she was in church just praying, and God said to her, she actually said she saw a vision of me hosting a Do It Afraid conference and had other people come in to share their stories, that it wasn't just about me. And I was like, okay, you know. And then I forgot about it. Fast forward to the following year. One day I was just, you know, I started working in the church office. I wasn't earning as much as I was in investment banking, so living mostly on my husband's salary. And God then said I should help someone pay their daughter's school fees. It wasn't much money at the time, it was 40,000 naira, but it was everything I had. So it was equivalent to 40 million naira, because that's all I had. And I obeyed God, and I paid the school fees, you know, and I thought, well, we'll manage on my husband's salary. And then on my way back from work one evening, my car broke down, and we literally had to spend a lot of money to fix it. So we ended up being dead broke. We had nothing. It was such a tough time that I remember one particular day I didn't even have money to buy petrol to go to work at church. So I was at home, and I was just devastated. Like, God, I asked you told me to leave my job, I've left, you know, why am I in this situation? And I fell asleep. Before I fell asleep, my friend Wumi Williams has said, you should do a conference. People will pay, you know, thinking of ways I could, you know, create wealth. And anyway, I fell asleep, and before I slept, I heard God say to me that I had been like Jonah, and I wondered that God had obeyed you on everything. So when I fell asleep, I heard Do It Afraid conference. And I woke up and I remember that I had actually gotten that word from Simisola that God wanted me to host the conference. I'm like, okay, Lord, I'm sorry, I'm going to host this conference. Now, this is where the Do It Afraid starts. So I'm hosting a conference that was supposed to be within 2 to 3 weeks with no money, right? So God said to me, I said, okay, God, where should I host it? I didn't even ask him. He showed me a vision of the space in Civic Center. Now, Civic Center, for those that are not Nigerian, is at the time, one of the most expensive venues in Nigeria. So I'm thinking, okay, Civic Center, no problem. I remember a friend of mine was like, who out of love was like, why are you hosting it at Civic Center? You can host it at church. You can ask, you know, my church Guiding Light Assembly, you can ask Pastor Wale if, you know, and I'm sure you can, even if you're going to pay for the space, you can use it. But I was like, no, God said Civic Center. Civic Center was going to cost, the venue alone at the time was 650,000 naira. I didn't know how I was going to pay. But in my mind, I thought, okay, people will pay to attend. So I put it at 10,000. I said, worst case scenario, I have, at the time, 10,000 followers on Instagram. If only like a little percentage come and pay, it will cover it. Whew. Okay, so I put it out there, put the post and everything. I'm sure people thought I was crazy. And I didn't realize then that people don't really, at the time, it was rare for people to pay for events. So I had a deadline to pay for the Civic Center. And I remember praying to God. The deadline was that day. I was sitting in my office in church. And I remember crying out to God and saying, God, I have to pay for this today. And God then, I just looked up. When I looked up the window, I saw my pastor. Now he had been out of town. And so there was some work stuff I had to report, give him feedback on. So I went to his office and we're talking about the work stuff. Then he goes, I actually saw you posted a flyer that you were hosting a conference, what are you, it's like, oh, so where are you holding it? So I said, oh, Civic Center. It's like, so how are you going to pay for that? And I told him, well, I'm charging 10,000 to the conference. And it was like, Nigerians are last minute. People don't really pay, I was like, Then he goes, do you want us to loan you the money? And at that point, I was like, okay, because obviously I was working as a staff, so I could actually apply for a staff loan. And then I applied for a staff loan. In my mind, I thought actually that, what, I'll pay it off by the day of the conference. Maybe it's last minute, people will pay. Conference happened, it was amazing. God just blew my mind. He asked me to bring on Cobams. I didn't know Cobams. And I said, okay, Lord, how am I going to make Cobams? He told me to call a friend of mine. Next thing, she called Cobams, and it was phenomenal. Now, I went home that night devastated because I'm like, Lord, I had nothing. I had 40K. He told me to give it to somebody. Because in my head, I thought this conference was my opportunity to in Nigeria, we say blow, meaning to like hammer, like to make money. And here I am in debt of 650,000 naira. How? I was depressed. I'm like, God, did I really hear you?
How many of us have had those God, did I really hear you moments before? I think it's a popular moment for those of us who are on the water walking journey. I'm so excited to have Mrs. Esther Longe in the house today because I remember I heard Association of Water Walkers from her for the first time. And at that time, it didn't even make sense to me because I didn't think that at any point in my life I would join anybody on any water walking journey. But we just see that through it all, if God gives that vision, like we say, he makes the provision and he makes everything go according to his plan. The next thing we're going into is the panel session. The title of the panel session is The Rise of the Nigerian Economy. And I'd really like us to pay attention because the rise of the Nigerian economy is not just talking about Nigeria as a whole, but it's also talking about the rise of your own economy because it is all of us together that make up Nigeria. And our panelists for this session are Mr. Oswald Osaretin Gobadia, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Digital Transformation. Could we please celebrate him? And then joining us virtually, we have Mr. Laoye Jayeola, the CEO of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and Ms. Tosin Faniro Dada, the CEO of Endeavor Nigeria. Moderating this panel is Mrs. Omilola Oshikoya. Please celebrate them.
Hello.
Are we able to see our virtual guests, please? Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for coming.
Just call me Oswald, please.
Oswald, okay.
I feel like she's aging me every time she says sir. It's not fair. And by the way, how come everybody's virtual but me?
No, actually, that's why we have a third chair. There's somebody that's supposed to be here with us, but I'm not so sure if he can make it. So
I was in the same Lagos as the person who's about to go virtual.
Oh, wow.
So we'll harass him.
Okay, thank you. Someone's actually in New York. Are we going? Okay.
So do it afraid because I made me go to New York. I didn't get this offer. It's just not fair.
No, it's good.
Okay.
I think you're actually, okay, I don't want to say the most important person here.
No.
But based on the discussion, what we're asking you is very important.
Okay, that's
concerning Nigeria. So
we're
that's
all
why,
Nigerians.
That's why you need to be physically here as well.
No problem. I'm happy to be.
Okay, yay. So we can see Tosin. Hi, Tosin. Sorry that we're starting late. Good evening, Mr. Jayola. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, and thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. I really apologize that we're starting late. Thank you so much for joining. I'm just going to do a brief introduction of what the panel is about so everyone can understand why we're speaking about what we're speaking about. Okay, so the Lord would like us to focus on technology to enable the rise of the Nigerian economy. Therefore, we have three speakers. We have the essay to the president, as we said. We have the CEO of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, Mr. Laoye Jayola, and Tosin Faniro, an entrepreneur. We actually were hoping to get the CEO of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. So we're hoping he can make it up. And so the whole point, so let me give you the introduction. Revenue diversification is a matter of national urgency. I don't think I need to explain why we need to diversify from oil. We have seen in the 2016 recession and even in the pandemic that we can no longer rely on oil as our major source of revenue. Ideally, Nigeria needs to apply the three-sector economic model to move from a developing economy that still focuses on the extraction of raw materials, which is known as the primary sector, to the secondary sector, which focuses on manufacturing and processing, and then to the tertiary sector, which is the services. However, as a matter of national agency, whilst it would be ideal to focus on that three-sector model, like I said, we also need to leapfrog to a developing economy literally overnight using technology. From 1950 to 1970, Israel was able to leapfrog from 25% to 60% in terms of growth of Israel's per capita income relative to the United States. They had a 13% year-on-year growth from 1950 to 1955 and a 10% growth annually in the 1960s. The pandemic has given us a massive opportunity in Nigeria to also leapfrog, and we cannot let this opportunity slide. Technology should no longer be seen as a function of ICT. It should not just be seen as a sector, but the common denominator of all sectors. We can use technology to transform all the other sectors such as agriculture, education, healthcare. This would help drive our revenue diversification initiatives and create the revenue stream we urgently need. Nigeria is well positioned for this. I do believe that the revenue diversification is at the top of the agenda of this government. There are various discussions about this at different levels. However, this conference is different. We're not going to talk about what we need to do, but how we need to do it. And this is why technology is our focus for this panel discussion on the rise of the Nigerian economy. We're going to start with Mr. Gubadia, since he's physically at the venue today. He is, the Senior Special Advisor to the President on Digital Transformation and the lead on the Startup Bill, a project strategic to the growth of the Nigeria's tech system and the digital economy. He actively supports startups in business strategy, operations, optimization, and technology. And I think he's also an entrepreneur as well. So thank you so much, sir, for coming. Okay, so I'm going to ask a few questions. But again, I've kind of given a background on why technology, but I also want to give some statistics so you can understand how big this thing is. So forgive me for reading. Typically when I do panels and when I speak, like my welcome, I like to just speak, but I haven't really slept. Like I said, this conference has been 3 weeks and my brain is not is working in Jesus' name. So I just need to I can't think right now. I just need to go through it. So permit me to read. So Africa's internet economy, according to a Google IFC report, has the potential to contribute $185 billion to Africa's GDP by 2025. Yeah, which is expected to be 36 billion for Nigeria alone. It's reported that Africa's internet economy has the potential to contribute $712 billion to Africa's economy by 2050. Yeah, Africa's young urbanized population is driving economic growth. Positive trends, kneel down, put up your hands. Positive trends suggesting a higher adoption of digital services in Africa in the future are: in 2020, 68 cities, each home to over 1 million inhabitants, and is projected to increase to 85 by 2025. Nigeria is amongst the countries to see the proportion of urban residents increase to over 80% of the population by 2050. Africa's demographic boom rules consumption. The continent is demographically young. 60% of our population will be under 24 by 2025. And Africa will be home to 1 in 3 youths, aged 13, 15 to 35 globally by 2050. Do the maths, because Nigeria is like the biggest country in terms of population in Africa. The internet economy, particularly in sectors such as e-commerce, e-logistics, entertainment, edtech, fintech, health tech, have been resilient even in the pandemic due to the use of digital services. These sectors are leading the way in Africa's digital transformation. So my questions are actually very interesting. I make suggestions, then I ask you what you think about it, because I'm bringing solutions to the table. Okay. So, you say I should call you sir. Okay. Oswald. As a matter of national urgency, Nigeria needs technological innovation, which is the ultimate source of productivity and growth. Deloitte at the World Economic Forum on Africa said innovation is critical for economic development. The stability of Africa depends on teaching our young people to create jobs. Innovation involves how we can use technology to solve the plethora of problems. So I'm just breaking it down for those that may not understand. Innovation is not a big word. It's just how we can use technology to solve the problems that we have, even in your community. We can achieve this by applying Harvard Business School Professor Michael Porter's cluster theory. Yeah? And this is why Israel is so innovative and entrepreneurial, because of the cluster theory. If I say cluster theory, just think of Silicon Valley, yes, in the US, or think of Hollywood, yeah. And it's also something that Dubai tried to create, but they failed. Now, with Israel, when I talked about how they were able to leapfrog, they were able to do that because they used a system called the kibbutz system. Now, which was basically people coming together, personal face-to-face relationships. And as a result, at less than 2% of Israel's population, the kibbutz at one time produced 12% of the nation's exports. The kibbutz produced world-class companies like Netafim, which is a maker of drip irrigation systems, and they raised hundreds of millions of dollars. According to one of the development ministers in Venezuela, he said, and I quote, "All countries have problems and constraints, but what is striking about Israel is their penchant for taking problems like the lack of water and turning them into assets. In this case, by becoming leaders in the fields of desert agriculture, drip irrigation, and desalination. If we apply this in Nigeria, this will have ripple effects on other sectors. Innovation will solve our security challenges. It would attract global tech giants, not just to come and set up service shops, but to actually invest in innovation. We have done well with the likes of the unicorns like Flutterwave. Now imagine if we apply the cluster theory, and imagine how many Flutterwaves we can have. So is this an item on the top of agenda of the government? If no, how come? And if yes, please can you share with us areas that the government is looking at and what stage we are in making this a reality, and how even we can also support that as an entrepreneurs?
Okay, so when you say cluster zones, well, really they're economic zones, right? So I think that may exist for certain products already, certain resources already.
Okay.
It's cutting out. I would say in the startup bill, for instance, one of the things that we've made a part of the bill is creating an economic zone for technology, right? I think what happens in these cluster zones is that you end up having all the resources to help develop products, different parts of it. One thing we already have this in the sense, if you think of what Yaba is, right? Yaba is a budding Silicon Valley. It needs the right regulations to help enable them grow, right, beyond the natural organic growth they've already experienced to date. If you look at a lot of areas like that, they're usually around schools, which is what Yaba is. You have Yaba Tech, also next to University of Lagos as well. So you have the creativity side and so it's a good place that's naturally becoming this cluster zone you described. So the idea would be to create more of them, right? The idea would be to create more of them in all of our states, right? And from the conversation I've had recently, a number of state governments are doing exactly that. Like in Edo State, for instance, which I'm quite familiar with, is we have Decagon creating a whole campus for developing developers, to create more developers and create coding camps and the such. I had a conversation with a guy in Ekiti who runs technology there, and he's also doing the same thing. So that idea, it exists, but what is missing is the rules that allow that to become something, right? Right, because Yaba would have naturally become, Yaba is Lagos is one of the biggest, well, not one of, it is the biggest technology economy in Africa right now. And Yaba is a big part of that, right? So naturally, Yaba would have grown more if the right regulation, the right rules were in place. So that's what we're working on.
Fantastic, thank you. And I think we could also look at even in Lagos, I think the Lekki area is actually best suited if we can find further out, so we can even build universities there, like focus on technology.
In the Lekki Free Trade Zone, I've had a conversation with somebody who wants to create a developer camp there. So people are thinking, but in my experience in government so far, very young experience by the way, I would say we don't suffer from a lack of ideas. Ideas is not the problem. There are lots of ideas. My first couple of months there were just reading what was there before. It's already there. Where we suffer is execution, right? So some of these things we desire, especially when you sit in the private sector, you may need to step into government to help execute them. So that's sort of the gap we have. So I've had conversations with people who are looking to do something all the way out in Lagos Free Trade Zone, to create developers out there. But a number of things are popping up all over the country. And I think although this conversation is about technology, I think Nigeria always had that sort of cluster approach to doing business, right? Computer Village, Aba Market, these are all clusters, right? The leather, there's a zone in Aba that they just do leather. I've never been, but I've heard stories about that. The area in Kanu where they did the tannery and those are all cluster zones, right? So we've always done it. What we lack is the enabling laws to allow these things to scale.
Exactly. So it's time to scale. And you heard him. So some of you need to do it afraid and go into government to help out. Okay. So my other question is, increased connectivity has presented an opportunity for businesses and communities to leapfrog with new technologies, paving the way for economic development. Mobile devices are the most common means of internet access, with 60% of the population in Africa accessing their internet via mobile. So who doesn't have a mobile phone here? However, affordability is a major barrier to mobile internet access. Entry-level and second-hand devices, according to the Google report, have prices ranging from $35 to $40, which is equivalent to almost 80% of monthly wages. Furthermore, Asian brands account for 70% of the African mobile device market. What can we do to encourage local manufacturing so that smartphones can become more affordable and available, and also we'll be able to tap from the export opportunities that will come from the increase in the number of internet users in Africa, which is expected to grow by 11%, and even with the after trade agreement that has been signed. So how can we foster local manufacturing of smartphones?
So that's not exactly a tech question. That's an economics question, right? A lot of our industries suffer, and I will stop very shortly and let the investment banker on the panel speak to this. A lot of our economies suffer. A lot of our industries suffer because it's somewhat more attractive to import, right, than it is to produce. And that continues to become issues in a lot of different industries where the cost of producing the item cannot compete with the cost of importing. And the way economics work, it's always going to go to the to the lowest. So the obvious answer there is to, once again, create an enabling environment to help industries strive, right? So they can increase production locally, and we can enjoy on the value chain of most of our raw materials, right? So if you look at the different raw materials, you see that we have the raw material, but then we jump to the other end of the raw material where we're consuming it, right? So we have oil coming out of our ground. We don't really refine, but we're using petrol, right? We have all the materials to make cloth and stuff, but we don't. We are sewing. So we jump from owning the material to consuming. We miss the entire value chain in the middle. So that's a problem beyond technology, and it goes across almost all industries that we have in Nigeria. And those are the things that people need to do it afraid and create these industries, right? So that's the key problem. So I'll defer to.
Yes, okay, thank you. I was actually going to ask about the startup bill, but I'll go ahead and bring Tosi on board now. Hi, Tosi. So Tosi is the CEO of Endeavor. Okay. She's passionate about supporting entrepreneurs and helping them scale, not just for the immediate impact this has on the organization, but more for a multiplier effect this confers on larger society and the economy. So Tosi, I really wanted you on this panel because I think you have a balanced view. You've worked in government when you were working as the head of innovation with the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and now you're in the private sector, but on a global scale. Endeavor is part of Endeavor Global. So you also work with entrepreneurs, and you can tell from an entrepreneur's perspective. So the first question, let's talk about the startup bill. As someone who's worked with both the public sector and also now private sector, are there any key elements that the government and the tech ecosystem should consider in the startup bill that will foster innovation and compare this to global best practices?
Awesome. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Omi. Awesome. Thank you, Omi. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here. Hello, Oswald. Good evening, Mr. Jayola. It's a pleasure to share this panel with you. Omi, thank you for that question. And there are a few recommendations that I can think about. And the good thing is with the startup bill, it's not just government working on it, as Oswald can testify to. So it's government and people from the private sector as well as also people from the tech ecosystem. And going back to what you said about clusters. So one of the challenges that we have here, or a few challenges that we have, there are a couple. So the first is infrastructure. As you know, infrastructure is expensive and very poor in Nigeria. So things like electricity, for instance, power is not consistent. Broadband is expensive, little or no security. And so an entrepreneur that is just starting or has an idea that they want to start, thinking about this infrastructure can discourage them because they can't afford the infrastructure. The second is talent. So if you think about talent, you can think about talent in two ways. So the first is people who are interested in tech skills but cannot afford it. So you're interested in data science, for instance, but you can't afford the training. So what happens to you? Or you want to hire somebody, you want to hire a data scientist or anyone else in tech, but you can't seem to find it, the right person, because you hire one person today, they get poached tomorrow, or you hire them today and 2 weeks after they tell you that they're moving to Canada. So there's a shortage there. There's also a challenge around access to market. So as you know, we have all these different problems or challenges. I see them as opportunities. And what our entrepreneurs are doing are taking these challenges and turning them to opportunities, looking for ways for their products to drive inclusivity, looking for ways to deliver services to be better, cheaper, and faster. But one thing that comes up is access to market. So if I'm an entrepreneur, for instance, and I'm just starting out, if I don't have access to large corporates that can possibly adopt my product or solution or service, or can test it for me, for instance, or even access to government that can serve as, the first testers of this project, or this product, I will struggle. And so you find that entrepreneurs who have access to market, so access to people. So let me give you a good example. If you used to work in a bank, for instance, and you have access to the EDs of the bank or the CEO, it's easier for you to have a conversation than someone who didn't work in a bank in Nigeria and does not have that access. So one thing the startup bill can do, in addition to clusters, providing shared services, providing a shared economy and infrastructure, in addition to paying for talent and also training people, it could be through a student loan program. We piloted this at LSETF. You could also create some sort of incentive around access to market. It could be a partnership or some sort of incentive for large corporates, for instance, that if you're able to test or adopt these products or services from entrepreneurs, you get X incentive. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it would look like. It could be tax or not. I wouldn't get into that. Or even putting a coming up with a set aside from government. The SBA in America, they do this very well, where they have a set aside saying small businesses, this contract is for small businesses, or if we ever have a project, we would ensure that small businesses get X% of whatever the contract is. And so this way, you're going to incentivize and also encourage entrepreneurs to do it afraid, like we're saying, to take that leap and test out this idea that they have. I'll stop here. Hoping you guys can still hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. So I have one more question. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Tosin. So as we continue to grow, as our tech ecosystem continues to grow, government support and regulation is crucial. However, from a private sector perspective, they often see the regulatory environment as though they're trying to stifle growth as opposed to supporting growth. So it may just be a function of lack of communication. I don't know. Well, we have seen this in the case of things like disruptions in the ride-hailing startups, the ban on crypto and all of that. So there needs to be a balancing act for policymakers in keeping up with the fast pace of the technology disruption and deciding on how to also regulate startups. Now you've been in both, the government side and also private sector. How can government achieve this seamlessly by creating venture-friendly legal and regulatory environments? And how can startups collaborate with regulators to build trust and assist with any knowledge gaps? How can startups also help government to see the benefits of this innovation to the economy as a whole? I know the startup bill is part of this, but how else?
So I think definitely there has to be more engagement. Before I started working at LSETF, I used to be one of those people that would say, I can't see myself working for the public sector. It can never happen. But I'm glad I did. Because it definitely changed my perspective. There are a few good people out there that want to help entrepreneurs and want to help small businesses. There are also so many people who look like us now. So young people, like Oswald, for instance. I know you keep calling him Mr., but yeah, Oswald. Like Oswald, for instance. There are young commissioners today. There are young SSAs and young SAs and people who can engage with us. So I definitely think more engagement. I think we need to both build trust, where young people don't see the government as someone who wants to stifle their growth, or the government also doesn't see young people as, forgive my language, just people who are lazy or looking for an easy way out. At the end of the day, I think the outcome we're all looking for is scale, wealth creation, and job creation. And the truth is, technology is what is going to get us there. Digitization is what is going to get us there. Government cannot create jobs on their own. It's never happened before. Government's job is to create an enabling environment for small businesses and startups and micro businesses to thrive. They're the ones who will create the jobs. And the moment government understands that, which I think they do to some extent, then it then becomes, how can we work together? It then becomes, how do I give you this environment that you need and just let you be, so that you can work on whatever it is that you're working on and we can both benefit. Look, if Nigeria wins, Africa wins. We say this all the time. Nigeria has to win. And so I think it's more engagement, but I think it's also getting involved. Having young people that look like us getting involved and playing our part and bringing everyone together. You trust your own. You might not trust, I don't want to say older people, but you trust your own.
Yes, thank God I'm one of the young people here. Even
Yeah, me too.
I turned 40 this year.
You're with us, so you're young as well. We
I'm
trust
young,
NESG.
Abby. I just meet,
trust-
you know, I
Not
just...
you, Omi. I'm saying Mr. Jayola.
Oh, Mr. Jayola is young as well. Yes,
We
yes.
trust NESG.
Yes, sir. I'm the like borderline of millennials. If it was 1 year after, I'd have gone to the next
I'm
generation.
not borderline of millennial, though. But I'm young. Let me add to what she
Okay.
just said. And I think what I gained personally from that was that I get the feeling that everybody should join government at some point in time.
At some point.
I would say this, right? I found myself start saying this, asking this question: who exactly is government?
Us.
Right? Who exactly is government? We find people saying government did this. And what's funny about that is, before I decided to, as I now say, volunteer for government, I ran a business in Lagos, right? So the minute I go over this imaginary line, I'm now the boogeyman, right? So I would like to say those are tools of the devil, right? That thought in itself is what deprives us from participating in governance, right? Is what makes us not understand that we are the government, right? And I don't say that in a protest type of way, but once you start understanding that you're the government, your moves become different. The way you approach government becomes different. Now, so one of the things I also realized in my stay so far is that I started off the Nigerian Startup Bill saying the ecosystem, and then I would say government. And at some point I realized that that was wrong, right? Because the ecosystem is actually made up of government and the practitioners, as I now refer them to them as, right? You have the practitioners and the regulators making the ecosystem, right? So when you look at some of the issues that we like to state as issues in regulation, sadly to say, some of these regulations always existed. They were always there. But like was just stated just now, the lack of engagement, because regulation always follows innovation, right? Sometimes it's right behind or is up the road, but it's always going to come behind it, right? So there has to be a sense of how do we manage the regulation to make this new value that I'm trying to create make sense. There's also a sense of, that's also lacking, is what is the understanding of the impact of the value you're creating, right? So a lot of times when you create something, you say you're disrupting, right? Fantastic. But when you disrupt, what is damaged? In an economy like Nigeria, where we're already on one leg, right? So there needs to be a better understanding of what is the disruption, what is the impact of the disruption. So I'll give you one example. I looked at remittances in dollars. And these numbers may have moved far from now, so I'm probably wrong now, but I'll give you, this example is at the time that I looked at it. Remittances in dollars was about 30 million. That was less than normal, right? So we had lost $30 in USD remittances. But the crypto numbers that was public was also $30 million for like, right? Now in this economy where dollars not coming in is a problem, what do you expect the regulator to do? If you're the regulator, what will you do? We're a consuming economy. We just eat. Nigerians, we're just eating, right? That's not me saying we're tired though. We're not. We're very creative, energetic, powerful people. God's own creation. That's not the point. But the way our economy works, we're more on the consuming side. So that's why our dollar is always moving. I'm not an economist, but these are the issues. So when you look at something, I mean, this wasn't a government find. This was just me reading randomly, and I looked at crypto numbers, I looked at remittance drop numbers. It was about the same, right? So we need to have an understanding of what's being lost in our disruption. Not to say we shouldn't disrupt, though, please. In fact, I'm working on the bill that helps propel that and helps it scale up, because that's the future of Africa, right? We have the human resources for it. We have very intelligent people for it. They may need some more tooling to get them there, but we're ready to take over. That's the crust of the Nigerian startup bill. But I think when it comes to regulation and government and the practitioners, there needs to be a better understanding. The current position is them versus us, as opposed to let me go in there and educate them on what I'm trying to do, right? Let me partner with them and say, oh, I'm the new way of lending money. You do it the old way. Let me show you what's the value add in how I'm going to do it and how I'm going to increase the economy. It may not happen right now because sometimes it's patience, right? So I do it now, but over a scale, it would improve XYZ. Although you lose it today, you gain it in 5 years. Mm-hmm. Okay, then maybe we should be patient with you. That conversation is not happening.
So I totally agree. I think two things. First of all, maybe changing the term disruption to transformation may actually make it easier to accept. And secondly, I know one of the things they do in Israel is a lot of stakeholder engagement. So sometimes, for instance, when there was an issue with, I think, one of the wars, they'll bring Benjamin Netanyahu to a public forum and everybody will discuss. And one of the things that I love about their culture is they don't, even though I say sir, I just, they don't. Everybody's on nickname, first name basis. Even your superiors in the military, even your president, everyone has a nickname, and so everyone is able to engage. So that way, that can help with the engagement.
There's a value there.
Okay, so let's go to Mr. Lai Jayola. Not the least, the last but not the least. I have so many questions for you, Oswald. I still have some more, but let's go. So, hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Jayola is the CEO of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. He serves on various committees, including the Nigerian Vision 2020 Committee, part of the Central Work Medium-Term National Development Plan 2021-2025, and the Nigeria Agenda 2050. So I'd like to first of all congratulate you, sir, on the recent Nigerian Economic Summit event held in October. I joined virtually and I was inspired by all the conversations on the need to, as well as the discussions on debt financing. Okay, so I'm coming with my suggestion question. So yeah, sorry, can I have another mic? Or is it? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Oswald. Is the Nigerian in me? You're part of major committees such as the Nigerian Vision 2020 and the Nigeria Agenda 2025, the Medium-Term Development Plan. I looked at the policy priorities for the Medium-Term National Development Plan, and I also looked at the outline of the draft plan and sector strategy, particularly the digital economy, bioeconomy, science, tech, and innovation, and it was quite extensive. So I commend everyone that's part of that. However, I'd like to suggest a different approach. 2 decades ago, India had a national agenda that they were going to be known for innovation, technology, and creativity. In order to achieve this, they ensured that the educational sector was modified for the future that they envisioned. It was deliberate and everything was crafted towards that vision. Sir, I believe that we should also follow suit and create a national plan and agenda for innovation as the main topic. With our 200 million people projected to be 400 million soon, Nigeria could be positioned to be the human resource capital of the world. This way we can export our digital talent. The Medium-Term National Development Plan and even the Nigeria Agenda 2050 could focus on this whilst we still develop the other sectors, because we still have to develop our national resources like our cotton and all the other sectors. We still need to do that, but those could be more from a long-term perspective. If we focus on innovation for medium-term, short-term, it can enable us to quickly leapfrog. It would enable us to earn revenues that we can use to even help all the other sectors, even infrastructure. Sir, is this something we should consider?
Thank you very much, Omi, and thank you for having me. I mean, it's something that we always considered, and it was part of the plan. But when you were talking about India, you were talking about India 20-year plan. I know by the time they look at Vision 2050, all of those things will be appropriately captured. In fact, what drove Vision 2050 was the fact that Nigeria was going to be the third most populous nation in the world. And with a population of 400 million thereabout, we then need to be able to know exactly what we want to do. But let me backtrack. Each time we talk about innovation, there is always the thinking that it's all about techie, right? Let's get it right. Now, if I focus only on, and look, don't get me wrong, I am pro-techie. I have many of them around me, and I know that we need all of those things. We need that to be able to leapfrog and do the many things we need around that. And I'm glad that when you looked at, it's not official yet, when you look at what was done around digital, part of one of the things the government did was to have a lot of stakeholders, people that are in that field, that understood how we can use technology, not only as a sector, but an enabler across the board. But I'm going to give you some data, because the bottom line of our discussion is, how do we diversify our economy? And diversification can be done from quite a number of areas. You know, 3 major sectors of our economy, right, that are leading growth, are not employers of labor, right? So you talk about areas like techie and all of those areas, they're not employers of labor. And when you look at Nigeria with the number of people we have in the poverty line, so if you don't solve those problems, there's nothing me and you are going to do in the city around those things that will solve a problem. In fact, one of the reasons we are finding our people, the young people who are doing well in Turkey, going elsewhere is, apart from the fact that the environment is not encouraging, supporting them enough, insecurity is a major factor. So they're going to an area where it's done. So one of the areas I believe technology can do a lot of work is to say, how do I apply it to agriculture? At least have light manufacturing. Look, agriculture alone accounts for 40 million people. Minimum, that's the last data. You have people that are employed. I'm not sure those that are employed. Those that are employed, 40 million of them are in agriculture. All of them are they are at subsistence level. If anytime they say agri accounts for 2% of Nigerian economy, don't get carried away. 90% of what you have in agri is crop production. Not only is it that we don't even get best yield for our people, we only then subject ourselves to vagaries of prices. So one of the things I want to see is that how can we leverage on technology? First, to ensure that people have better yield for the acreage of land they cover. Secondly, how do we ensure that we reduce post-harvest losses? About 50-60% of what those farmers do get to waste. And I'm happy to talk about value chain here today. How do you do end-to-end value chain? Rather than we exporting raw, how do we begin to then process? You know, so those are the things. You can imagine a farmer who today is using seeds that are not right. In fact, if you know, in those days we need to compare Nigeria with other places that are outside Africa. But one of the things we do now is to even show the things that Africans are doing. Our yield per acre for most of our product is very, very low. One state that have demonstrated that they can do better is Kaduna State. If you see what they've done in terms of going to Alliance for Green Revolution for Africa alone and learning how they can improve their yield, you see that. And so when you improve the yield of the farmer, the first thing you do is that you're able to lift that person out of poverty. Look, I'm looking for youth not only in Turkey. I want to see a farmer. I mean, long time ago, the president of ADB talked about the face of the Nigerian farmer, who uses his phone, who knows his prices, who knows the best time to produce. So all of these things are things we consider. So I'm not going to limit technology, innovation to only ICT or phones, whatever, but to say, how do we innovate across those value chains? Now, if you do this appropriately, we won't have most of the problems we have today. If you take Nigeria imports, two things account for close to about 80%, about 60% of 70% of our import. And what are these? Crude oil, fuel and food. But if we pay attention and use innovation to enhance agriculture, what we do, not only do we lift people out of poverty, we become food sufficient. And those numbers we talk about, Nigeria, we have population. Look, in economics, we don't look at your population. We look at how the disposable income in the hands of your population. If you have 90 million people who are living below poverty line, can they buy? So I'm in support of all we're talking about innovation, but let's look at it from a very broad angle. I like what the tech people, what the COVID has enabled us to do, how we have applied tech to health sector. How can we use that to grow what we do around health? How can we use that to grow in what we do in education? For instance, I agree with you that, look, the current curriculum we run, whether in primary school, university and co, is outdated, it's irrelevant. So we are in constant engagement with them to see how can we change this. One of the things we will tell the university system is been that, look, don't do a curriculum without taking into consideration the users of this, your output. So there must be dialogue. And I agree with you, within dialogue, but sometimes if you want to dialogue with government, you need to have a very, very patient spirit so that you are there and you don't lose up. But Nigeria is our own nation, is all we can work, what we all need to do. And so I commend the work that you're doing. And let me again, it's not about regulation alone. No. I like what is being done around startup bill, and the NESG through the NASBA is part of what work is being done. But there are many laws in Nigeria that we don't implement. A couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, we did a lot of work around KAMA. You know what we did in KAMA? The reason we did this work around company life matter is to be able to move the informal sector into the formal sector. But we haven't seen that needle yet. So implementation is another thing that we need to bear in mind. And I like the question you talk about regulator. Sometimes government want to know that regulators, yes, they are to regulate, but they must be business enablers too. But more often than not, want to get income from them, want them to make them enablers of business, and there's a conflict. So we need this dialogue from time to time to change things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I was going to, Tosi has raised up a hand, but I wanted to say something first. Thank you, sir. I was almost saying that, are you looking at my notes? Or did I send you the questions? Because I was actually going to talk about the education system being outdated. But I wanted to just say that the reason why we are focusing on technology here is because, and I said this when I started off, because we want to use technology to transform all the sectors. So it's not focusing on it, and I said not as technology as a sector, but as a common denominator. In 2016, actually, we had a Do It Afraid Agribusiness Entrepreneurship Workshop where we focused on we tried to showcase all the opportunities across the value chain, which is where we found out that we were importing $500 million worth of tomato paste when we have put tomatoes that die or are wasted post-harvest. And even from that conference, we had people that started up different businesses in agriculture. We had one, an agri-tech, business. So the whole point of these discussions is, if we can get more people to look at how we can use technology to transform education, to transform agriculture, to transform healthcare, that way then we actually are transforming all the other sectors at the same time. So thank you, sir. I have another question, but let Tosi ask her question.
Thank you, Omi. So mine is not really a question, but more of a comment, and just to steer the conversation
Go ahead.
in a different way. And, thank you for bringing other sectors, Mr. Jayola. And, as you were talking, I was thinking about healthcare and agriculture. Take healthcare, for instance. It would be really nice to digitize the hospitals that we have in Nigeria. But the truth is, it's the last thing on their mind. They don't have infrastructure. So for instance, power is inconsistent. Maybe doctors are not being paid well, nurses are not being paid well. They are barely even getting all their revenue. And so digitization is the last thing on their mind. Now, if you have a healthcare startup that has built a product or solution around digitizing businesses, sometimes it's, the product is there, but who is going to use it? Because the people that you want to give it to cannot even afford the basic things yet. And so you then have to think about, perhaps I should now offer a lending product so that they can now take out a loan to be able to even digitize their hospital. That's one. The second is agriculture, which is really dear to my heart, because at the end of the day, you're correct. It's something that we need to think about. But the truth is, can the farmers pay, because at the end of the day, B2B businesses are more successful, or even more, what's the word now? They are more commercially viable than B2C businesses. Now, can the farmers pay for this product or service? Like, how do we make it easier for the entrepreneur? Because the truth is, you can have all these solutions, but if the end user is not using it or cannot afford it, then we're back right where we started. And we then just tend to focus on fintech, for instance. Because with fintech, if you build a payment infrastructure, then you have the thousands of merchants on Instagram, for instance, that don't have websites, but can easily come up with sign on to the gateway, have a link, send to their customers, and then their customers can then pay. That's easier. But then with other sectors, how do we get people to be able to afford it, is my question, when there's so many other basic problems that exist.
Thank you, Tosin. So I think that's to Mr. Jayola, right?
And I can
Yes,
answer
and maybe Oswald
easily.
too.
I can answer it easily.
Okay, sir, go ahead. I love
Do
this.
I go ahead? Look, you see, sometimes I tell people who design projects and programs and products, and I say, look, you must understand the ecosystem itself. Take health, for instance. Supply could be a problem, but demand for health is a major problem in Nigeria. We set up the health. That's why I'm looking forward to the committee being chaired by the vice president on how we can revamp the entire health sector. Now, because the so-called National Health Insurance Scheme, it's failing. A doctor should need not worry if he's treating a patient if he's assured that his money will pay it. We've centralized it so much so that we're not doing well. So the fact is that, and if you look at a lot of out-of-pocket expenses that people pay on health, and the money outside there that people want to leverage on what we do in Nigeria to make sure we have a robust health system. So we need to solve that demand problem. The IFC and the World Bank have done a lot of work around this area. That says unless we deal with the demand side, so that supplier, that hospital that supplies those services that you want to have will only engage you if he is sure that there are people that will demand for his service, and those who are demanding for the service can pay. We can apply the same thing to the farmer. A farmer who today is operating at subsistence level will not pay for those things. But if you help the farmer to ensure that her yield per acre is good, and the farm practices are so good, and they can have good quantity, and she doesn't lose all that she produces to post-harvest health losses, and there is an off-taker who can buy this off her at a defined price. I'm using her because a lot of our women are in farming. There are more women in farming than men. And these are people that, if we deal with the value chain, it will help a great deal. So it's then that the farmer can pay you. Who told you that a farmer does not want to have an enhanced service? And I'm glad again that through the work of the ADB, Nigerian government is looking at about 12 agro center areas, and hoping that all of these things will be put together. But unless you increase the disposable income of the farmer, those services is not going to be, you won't be able to pay for it. Unless
right.
so those are the key issues. Anyway, let me stop at that.
That's why we need to focus on technology. Do you want to say something, or I can go to my other question too, Mr. J?
No, I'm fine.
You're
Thank
good.
you, Mr.
Okay.
Jayola.
I think Oswald wanted to say something.
I think I'll just add from the Nigerian Startup Bill perspective. We define startups as tech enabled, and that was done specifically to be able to accommodate health tech, edutech, agri-tech, as opposed to some of the things you would think as psychologically we all think startups. We're thinking a particular type of business. The bill covers companies that are developing solutions using technology. So that's sort of covered. And I think a lot of the agro-tech companies I know today are not necessarily looking to sell to farmers. They're also looking to aggregate from farmers. So their solution has been around more either pooling investors together and then aggregating the produce for sale. So that's a lot of the business models I've seen around agri-tech.
So in terms of in the startup bill, you were supposed to, I think the committee is supposed to was supposed to present it to the president in October. How much progress do we have? When are we likely to see it passed?
So, Bill is one of the fastest, and also in terms of engagement is very balanced between having private sector and government
Yeah.
participate in the process. Now, planning for the bill started, I would say, late last year and into early this year, and the actual activities for the bill development started somewhere in the middle of the year. As we sit today, the bill has been approved by Justice.
Okay.
So I guess I could educate, these are some of the things, but to educate the audience on the process of a bill. So a bill could either be started as an executive bill or a private member bill, which means somebody in the National Assembly, maybe from private sector, is developing the bill for a particular reason. Or can be done as an executive bill to address an area that the presidency feels needs to be addressed. So he creates an executive bill. Now, the Nigerian Startup Bill is an executive bill. It was primarily based, the root of it was statements that Mr. President himself made in his speech in January 1st, where he actually said our youths are creative, energetic, and achievers, and we ultimately need to do something with the legislature. Yes, the speech does exist, right? So I said it on purpose because
Let him talk.
No, it's good. It's good. This is
We're supposed to
engagement. No, this is the engagement, right? So I said it on purpose because, like I said in the beginning, the speech, no, it wouldn't go viral. Do you know why? Do you know why it wouldn't go viral? Because it's good news.
Actually, let's not let him land.
Yeah.
Audience will ask.
That's the problem, because it's good news, right? So when we actually launched the startup bill, we've entered this quarter. I will just say a bit of it. When we started the startup bill, that statement was restated, as in Mr. President said, Nigerian youths are. I know what everybody's thinking in here, because you all remember a particular statement that was made. Nigerians, that statement was made 5 years ago. And we no longer remember the context in which it was made. Right? Right? Nobody here can tell me the context in which it was made. But what we got out of it was Nigerian, I'm not going to repeat it. Right? But however, the same man who is your president has now said that Nigerian youths are intelligent, creative, are achievers, and we should support them with a legislature that will help them succeed. We should believe it.
So this is why I would say I think people need to also do it afraid and get into media, because media also needs to,
Yes.
bad news sells fast.
Yeah.
I'm not in government, so I'm not here to back anybody up, but I'm just talking about the truth. Bad news moves fast, but good news doesn't move fast. So I understand the whole process of the startup bill, but I never knew that statement was made.
So, January 1 speech, that statement was made. And off of that statement, it's quite possible we're going to get not just the Nigerian startup bill, we're more than likely going to get a number of bills that will help different industries. As I speak, they're starting a creative industry bill that is going to do the exact same thing the Nigerian startup bill intends to do. And that's just based on one speech, right? So it is possible, right, do it afraid, get more people in government, and some of these things that we believe are the desires of God for Nigeria can happen, right? It does not happen when we hold on to something from 5 years ago and not believe something that is being said now, right? Trust me, I'm experiencing this in real time. I run a business in Lagos. I have 50, 60 staff. We've been doing business for years. We're into infrastructure. Nobody can ever accuse me as a government person. Just like she said, I never thought I'd be in government. But I find myself here, right? And so, back to the process. So, you now go into the process of developing the bill, which means you write it, right? That process was actually done in partnership. Matter of fact, it's sort of a private sector driven bill. A partnership with the bill and the Ministry of Digital Economy created the content of the bill, but then there was a lot of engagement. A lot of people got engaged. The bill has this approach, which we call the big tent approach, ultimately meaning that anybody, I don't know if anybody can picture a tent in their mind, a circus tent, is held up by different pillars, and each person involved is a pillar that holds up this idea of a bill. NESG is involved. NESG even did an event for the bill. A pre-NSG summit event was done for the bill. So we have a lot of people who have the hearts and want Nigerian youth to succeed, that are involved in the process of developing this bill. So now we have a bill that's gone through the Ministry of CDE, has been approved by the Honorable Minister Pantami, has been approved by the Justice, and is to be released and go to the Federal Executive Council. After approval by the Federal Executive Council, it will go to NAS, which starts a whole new conversation. Now, why Nigerians are important in this process, right? Why is it important that Nigerians understand that you are in government, you are government, right? We're often deluded to think that politicians don't like the citizens, that the citizens don't have an effect on politicians. The lack of engagement of citizens will lead to politicians that do what they want. The active engagement of citizens leads to politicians who operate, not do it afraid, they operate in actual fear, or operate in a mode of partnership with the citizenship, right? Because ultimately, if we as citizens engage, for instance, this example, which is a grand experiment, in the Nigerian Startup Bill, then what you will find is that how the bill develops and what comes out of the bill in the end will be what actually supports you. But if you're disengaged, then the bill becomes what the bill becomes, right? So if you understand the process of the bill goes into National Assembly, where the document gets opened up, and it can become something else. Because now you have different sides, different people saying what they want, and the bill can change. But when you have a disengaged citizenship, it can become something else. And if you want to think about any problem we've had in any bill or any law that you've ever heard and you just don't feel like it represents you, it's because you did not participate. Right? So I'm not up here preaching, though. This is just me sharing my small discovery.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Mr. Jayola, so in fact, I'm going to add this because I was just going to lump your questions together. Let me just add something that I picked up from what Oswald said. How can we, so there are plans, there was the Vision 2020, the Nigeria Agenda 2050, now we have the medium term, we have the economic growth plan, there's even the zero oil plan, there are many plans, but many people are not even aware of these plans. They're not even aware of what is in the plans unless, like myself, you go and then read up on them. And even if this is my platform, so I can talk about this, but if I had suggestions, where do I go to? Unless I know somebody that knows somebody, how does my suggestion even, get heard? That's one. Secondly, it's nice to have all this. However, how can we remove politics from the plan so that when another government from another party goes into government, we now don't have a new Nigeria agenda plan, but we have an overall vision and agenda, regardless. So I don't know, maybe I can use the US, well, not really now because of everything that's going on there, but the ideal situation is to have an overriding plan that is the vision for Nigeria, regardless of the political party that you're on, so that there's also continuity. How can we achieve this? Now, my real question is, you talked about 90 million. So we're almost done, guys. We talked about 90 million people that have no disposable income. Many of them are uneducated. You also talked about education. So in terms of education, I remember at the conference last year, the Do It Separate conference last year, I mentioned that our education system is currently outdated and no longer effective. We need to rethink our education in order to take advantages of the opportunities we have highlighted in our discussions. We can make Nigeria the premier education hub of Africa, the new global schoolhouse, and position Nigeria as a choice location for quality education for a growing African middle class. We should mirror or can mirror Singapore by investing in basic education with emphasis on technical skills relevant to the information digital age. Singapore currently focuses on only English, the mother tongue, maths, and sciences. I said last year my son had just got into year one. Year one, you're just coming from nursery school. The guy is doing geography, social studies, all sorts of things, and we're homeschooling. I almost was like, I was so happy when we went back to school, because I'm like, how are we supposed to cope, all these things? Because of what Singapore focuses on, just English, the mother tongue, maths, and science, they currently have one of the highest performing results in maths and sciences, and we also know what they're doing in tech. Israel as well, very big on education in tech. Should we rethink our policy of education to focus on these subjects in order for Nigeria to be well positioned for the pervasive digitization of the global economy that is imminent and create a startup nation? Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't consider other people that want to do other things. However, if we have population, a lot of them are undereducated. If we can focus on, it's innate. When the whole Hush Puppy, for those of us that know Hush Puppy, when Hush Puppy went viral, there was a report by Bloomberg that showed how in some pockets in Lagos, there are some young boys that have an ecosystem, a cluster of doing the wrong things with the talent that they have in tech. So there is the talent. Imagine a Hush Puppy with the kind of brain and talent he had. Imagine if he had the right values and he used the talent to enable our tech sector in Nigeria. There are many, many Hush Puppies in Bariga, Shoki, all those areas that the Bloomberg reporter mentioned. If we can educate them, focus on those main topics, then we can see that we can export our digital talent. And let me give you an example of this exporting our digital talent. I looked at the Zero Oil Plan, and it was fantastic. I really wish he was actually supposed to be here. I really, really wish he came to talk about it, because it was his visionary, Mr. Segun Awolowo, visionary and audacious. He came up with the Zero Oil Plan in 2015. And at the time, I'm sure it was like, why are we thinking of a Zero Oil Plan? Because then oil prices were still great. And then the 2016 recession happened, oil prices went down, and then even the pandemic. And so eventually, when they say preparation meets opportunity, success is when preparation meets opportunity. He was prepared. So when the opportunity came with the pandemic, his plan has now been implemented. However, when I looked at the plan, I saw that there's a policy for one state, one product. And there were 22 products like cotton, timber, so many things we want to export. But again, I did not see our major resource there, how we can export our digital talent. Now, software development is transforming industries, agriculture, all sorts of industries. We currently have in Africa about only 700,000 developers. Nigeria is just 83,000. In Latin America, there are about 2 million developers. In Silicon Valley alone in California, 600,000. So there's a huge opportunity. But with developers, you need it's more of a higher skill, right? Currently, we can immediately start earning revenues by exporting data enablers. One of my panelists talked about this last year. Data enablers, let me explain it the way he explained it. If a computer is meant to identify a cat, before the computer can identify a cat, millions of people would have had to first of all go and put in the data so that the computer can identify the cat. To be able to do that, it doesn't take much. Yeah, data entry. So we can take advantage of data, customer service, data enablers. They can sit here in Africa or Nigeria and begin to export and begin to earn some revenue, which would eventually become tax revenue, all of that. So how can we ensure that our education system is revamped? Should we follow the likes of Singapore and Israel and focus on major subjects? Thank you, and that's my last question for today.
Well, let all of us get engaged.
Yes, sir. Go
You
ahead.
need to get engaged. That's the first thing. Now, which subjects am I going to pick and go? Look, it's when we sit down as stakeholders and we realize the fact that we're different. We have, sometimes when we look at Nigeria, we look at everything in Nigeria. But by the time you begin to drill down and look at people at various geopolitical area, you then know that the needs of A are different from the needs of B. So I am one person that I always say one cap does not fit all. You need to understand, because I always like evidence-driven policy making. Let's just sit down. Let's look at it. But do I agree with you that those number of subjects we are doing are necessary? 100% I agree with you. They are necessary. I've told a lot of my friends who are lecturers in university and say, all the things you teach those people for 3-4 years to do, 1 year they will do all of those things and master it. You don't need 4 years to do all those things we're teaching them. And that's the truth of the matter. Will you need to get involved in letting people prepare people for the skills of the future? Yes, our universities are not preparing people for the skills of the marketplace. And again, we need to get involved in engaging them. We've commenced the engagement, but one of my mentors told me something. He said, don't think because what you are doing is good, everybody will sign on to it. There are people who are enjoying the bad thing, the rot that are taking place, and they will do all to ensure that those good things don't come up. And therefore, you need to redouble your effort and keep at it and constantly engage, and don't let them call you in. So if you said it once and they didn't hear, say it again and again and again and again. Look, we got to get involved. Right. That's basic thing. And I'll leave it at that. Plans, how do I ensure that government do continuity? Look, even in America, everybody will tell you, you can see the argument between infrastructure bill, Build Back Better and co. Look, the needs of Nigerians remain the same. We want good food, we want good secured environment. They are the same. Parties just come there to tell us this will be our path to achieving it. What is important, which I've told my colleagues and my friends, is that we elites are the problem of Nigeria. We, the elites, are the problem. We are the one that get oil at cheap price. We're the one that get dollar at cheap price. We're the one that use all our electricity at cheap price. The moment we sit down together to say, look, what is it that the typical Nigerian needs and what are we going to focus on? Look, any party and government that come to power, we just follow it and make sure they are doing it. They can come back and change and say, we'll do it this way or this way. Any man is hungry, he needs food. And if you don't give him food, regardless of the party, it doesn't work. A man needs health, he needs it. He needs good roads. And we're talking about internet today. I mean, how many years have we had broadband waiting at our borders and our water shores, and we have not been able to roll out all over Nigeria? Thank God for the minister who divided Nigeria into 6 zones and said different people go and roll out. Even that's how they reduce the cost per rollout. So until we begin to take it to the end and stop just dropping and touching and dropping, and we're focused, we're going to see all of those things. So plans, we can change. What Nigeria needs remains the same. And once you begin to make your government accountable, once Nigeria begin to vote for people and then ask them that, look, you have not done what I want you to do, politicians will sit up. I don't know if I answer your questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I have like tons of questions. Like I can stay here till tomorrow asking questions because I'm like, this is where I want to be. Ask questions and But we've taken a lot of time. We started late. We've taken Tosi, Mr. Jayola, and Oswald. I was about to say sir again. It's time. So and we have other things to do. We also have our other speakers, so we may have to go. I can take maybe one question from the audience. If one person wants to ask a question or a comment, suggestion, we talked about engaging. If someone has something to say, will be great. Okay, thank you. Can someone please help me? And then we call it a day.
Thank you very much. My name is Enito. And I've listened to Tosi, Mr. Laoye, Oswald, and yourself. And what comes to mind, taking from Oswald's encouragement of government, he says, we are the government. So I think in all of the suggestions that we have put forward, we here, I'm not asking a question, I'm kind of, charging us that we here seated, she's done her work, they've done theirs. Ours is to follow up with the people that we say are in government with accountability. We can put forward suggestions, we can prefer solutions and all that, but the onus is on us, the real government, to follow up on accountability. A lot of times we say, oh, the government is doing this, oh, it's the government's fault, but actually the fault lies with us because we do not follow up with accountability. So let us not rest on our oars. They've preferred solutions, let us hold them accountable. Thank you.
Okay, just one, please.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Ayo Komi, and thank you, speakers. I have a question for you as well. Okay, so we hear you. We should engage, and we want to engage, but we are afraid. We want to engage. I want to engage. I want to be in government. So we want you, being that you are there. How do you suggest we engage without endangering our lives? I mean, last year we were engaging. Yeah, we were engaging. We hold these people accountable through the platforms we have. But it appears like our voices are being stifled. Twitter is one way we engage and we hold these people. We call them out, but it's been banned. So you are there. You're encouraging us to engage. Suggest how we can engage without endangering our lives so that we don't keep losing our youth through engagement.
Many of us want to start crying. Yeah, but
So-
this is a question.
I like that question. Oh, in fact, I join you. I love that question. It had passion. It's from the heart, and the youths really want to find a way to engage. So I would say this. I would say with the NSB, right? We've been trying to test out different ways to engage, the citizenship. We've done a rally. When we were planning the rally, I was very nervous. I said, should I go to the rally? No, I may make it worse. We did 5 or 6 cities simultaneously. We had over 7,000 people show up across all those cities. Cities like Abuja, Mbonyi, Lagos, I'm forgetting the other two now. There was one in the north, Gombe, Kebbi, right? And the idea was to get young people out when I think they turned off my mic. So the idea, sorry? Hey, you never know.
Remember, we're all one.
Yeah,
We're
sometimes
all one.
both sides behave the same. Sometimes. So, so the idea was to get the youth out with the NSB shirt out to show support for the bill, right? Now, for my virtual people. Now we're done. From my perspective, it was a good way to start something. Something I thought was positive, right? As it relates to the bill. Here are Nigerians, they're supporting the bill, and they came out to support the bill. Going back to my statement about politicians, they, by nature, they look at the humans, they cover, lack of better words. And ultimately, you know, if we start to show positive, okay, let me go back to this. I think I'm trying to dodge what I was going to say. I was afraid to do this 5-city thing. In my mind, I was like, how can this go wrong? So I gave a talk before they all went out, all the leads, and I found myself sounding like a preacher, saying things like, we're out there evangelizing, right? We're not protesting, we're evangelizing. We're going out to tell people what this bill is supposed to do. So that was a bit of a scary moment, because everything else had been positive about the bill, but this was a risk in my mind, massive risk. And I even considered canceling it, because I was like, this almost doesn't add any value, and it's bad if it goes wrong, right? Because think about it, it's not controlled. The invite list, you didn't invite particular people. It's not like you invite church-going people. You just show up based on a flyer, and you have 7,000 people show up. Now, would you agree with me that those 7,000 people showing up had sort of a political back to it, right? There was sort of a beyond this, there's an idea that we have to show that we can gather positively. By the way, I forgot to mention, I think because good news doesn't spread, or we don't read the papers, this happened the same week as the celebration of the toll gate. So that's what made it extra risky, right? But I don't know if it's just me, or I wanted to prove a point that the youth can gather and it can be very positive, right? Now, being the time is spent, I'll jump right to where this really should go. If we gather, and may the souls rest in peace, let's leave it at that. It's not an argument of what happened. I'm going beyond my remit as a government person right now, actually. If we believe that engaging through a rally is a good thing, we should also believe that voting is a good thing, right? This is another way of participating, right? We should also believe that there are other forms of protest or rallying that can be used to show that this particular item is important. Now, if you look at the elections that happened in Lagos, local government elections, I don't know if there are any Lagosians here, and you look at the people who came out, I don't know if you want to define that as fear, but the youth didn't show up to vote, right? And there were youths running. The youth party had, I think I met maybe 2 of them, youth party had very strong candidates, right? But they weren't supported. So that energy has to go somewhere, right? It's in physics. If you take energy, if you gather, like Do It Afraid is gathering all of you in here, And if you don't let that energy dissipate, you have to take that energy and use it for something. Right? Otherwise, it goes wrong. And there's even theories on how long you can gather people for before it goes wrong. It's all science. It's known. Social science. You cannot gather people in a place for so long before it goes wrong. It's almost bound to happen. So this is not me making excuses, but what I'm really saying is that there are different ways to, let's say this. When I say I volunteer for government, how come you don't see that as a form of protest? Google me. I'm very comfortable. I don't need government job. Granted, my access in life got me a cushy job in the presidency. I am not, by any chance, saying that was not a fact. But, trust me, it's volunteerism. So how is that not an act of protest or act of making a step toward the right direction? So it's a case where everybody has to find what is theirs. What is that thing you can do? Is it that you gather 10 of your people and you start teaching in a primary school? Guess what? That's your act of adding value to your country. That's what we don't do. Nigerians were so individual. There's just 200 million individuals in one space. That's the problem. So even the government people, they're individuals. It's not a system of government. It's a system of a government of individuals. So how do you change that? Right? So it is very possible, not very possible. It should have been that after what happened, and when I say what happened, I'm speaking to the protest of Lekki, that the very next election that happened after that, you would have seen a shift. That is the true failure.
Thank you. We have, sorry, Matt. Thank you. Because we have some other, we have, no, we have, you didn't at all.
I added to it. I said hashtag NSAS how? And you just gave me the answer. I'm so glad for being here today. Hashtag startup now. Now startup how? You are saying, what is your engagement? It's a mindset. I'm a mother of sons. I was busy doing stuff in Abuja. I didn't know that the very first video that went viral came out of a son literally from my womb. I thought the guys were in the house just doing creative work. When my son called me and said, Mom, we have to tell you something. You know that video that went out? It's Tommy. I got out of the car. I told the driver, just reverse. What did you say? Who? All of you gathered. My God, the intelligence community is here already. I said, you don't understand. And that is what pushed me there. What I want to say is simply this. Omi, you said you're not in government. You are. This is government. You've just come to the center. You've put this conversation on the table. This is government. I want you all to understand it's a civic assignment. The startup, yes, went out also. Well, thank you very much. But when you want to confront Goliath, you don't go elsewhere but where Goliath is. You needed to have gone back to the bridge. We need to take the conversation to the link bridge. And understand this. You do it afraid, but you do it with the culture of respect that we have in this country. There is an engagement when you put the culture of respect on the table. And when you do that, you will get the engagement you are looking for. There's a Trojan horse model that demands every one of us must come in. You were saying, how do we put out the politics? How do we remove politics from the plan? There's no way you're going to do that. That is contrary to you getting your plan as the rising star established in its orbit and with its realm. You have to get in there. You must put your own people there on every party platform. The reason why your great representations on the youth party, strong as they were, didn't get voted for. They were in a weak party. You need to go in there. It's ugly. Yes.
Going afraid and going.
Politics is not dirty. There are just dirty people in politics. There are dirty people in politics. And you just need to go and do what you've got to do. You will get dirty, but go get yourself cleaned up.
Thank you very much.
So I want to challenge you, Omi. You are in government. And this is not about God talk. This when I'm there, don't call me Pastor D. Don't call me Pastor Die or nothing. If who I am will not represent at what will bring to the nation the God of creation, then church is fake and flaky.
Thank you.
We need to take this conversation somewhere else.
Yeah.
But I'm so glad it has happened. And I want to challenge you. Rise up and walk. And if you can't, be Mephibosheth at the table. Go lame, but go.
Woo! Okay, now. Thank you. That is just. I'm glad. It was a very. You did it afraid by asking that question. It was very do it afraid. So thank you for doing that, because we had to have the conversation, you know. But I'm glad you were emotional, but I'm glad you also did it with decorum. Yeah. Thank you for answering, because I wanted to start praying in tongues for you. That Lord help him answer this question. You could have easily said you didn't want to, but you did it afraid and you answered the question. Thank you. And thank you so much, because when we have we have different generations here, right? We have different generations, and so it's great to hear from another generation. You know, because I'm just like, Lord, take control of this, but I don't want us to have a rally. We have a focus, but I'm so glad that you spoke from your generation. You said it, we can engage, but let's also engage with respect. But we must engage. And this is what engaging is, like what you've done now and what you have done. So coming together. And we must also remember, like she said, we are government. What if tomorrow Esther is called into government? Or I'm called into government? Or Ini is coming to, or Miss, you said I shouldn't call you Pastor Dio. Auntie Dio is called into government. It'll be scary. Because all of a sudden, some people that are your friends or allies will begin to obviously put you on the other side. So going into government, that's why also I'm very, very careful when we have conversations, because I know it's also, because I know people that are in government, like Professor Jumoke Oduwole, who is a believer, who is doing things the right way. And so we have to be careful how we channel our emotions, because people are there and doing the work. They're just not seen. Good news doesn't spread, bad news spreads. So at the end of this panel, I want to thank all my panelists for making this very engaging, for making it, we need to continue to have this kind of forums and discussions, and I hope we continue to have this. Thank you, Mr. Laoye Jayola. Very short notice, but you said yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We must continue this conversation. Totally shortest notice, but you said yes. I love you. Thank you. Bring me, I don't eat chocolates again so you can bring me granola from New York when you're coming back. Thank you.
Definitely.
And Oswald,
Thank you.
there's no way you could have done this virtually, because you needed to be here. So thank you for being here. Thank you for answering with short notice, because I know Simi put you on the spot. So thank you. We have a plaque for you. For our virtual audiences, virtual speakers will send it to you. So we have a plaque which says, take it. So please bring it, just to say thank you for doing it afraid and speaking at this conference. Thank you. So this is a non-profit initiative funded by everybody here, crowdfunding. So manage our gifts. One day, maybe the Lord will allow his sponsor to sponsor us. Thank you. But God is our sponsor. Thank you so much. So I want us to quickly do a virtual picture. So, Oswald, can you? Okay. Take with the panelists. So I'll stand here and Oswald will stand.
Thank you very much, Omi, for that panel session. We'll be going to the next thing very quickly. It's a Do It Afraid story by Mr. Ezekiel Olaleye. Ezekiel Olaleye is a Nigerian-American inventor and the founder of Instruments of Africa, IOA. This is an innovative company that specializes in creating contemporary products that are inspired by Africa's heritage. He's a multi-talented instrumentalist who is also self-taught. His passion for music and innovation has taken him around the world and also birthed Instruments of Africa. He's also known for the very iconic African electric guitar that is designed in the shape of the African landscape with several models named after prominent African cities. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the screen as we watch his video.
Hey, good day, everyone. My name is Ezekiel Olaleye. I'm the founder of Instrument of Africa, and we are an innovative company, and we specialize in creating contemporary products that are inspired by Africa's heritage. Before I tell you my Do It Afraid story, I'd like to acknowledge the visionary, the convener of this conference, Mrs. Omilola Oshikoya. Thank you very much for having me on this platform, and also thank you for putting together such an amazing, beautiful program to inspire people. And I want to say to all of you watching me right now, I do hope you're inspired. I hope you're challenged, and ultimately I hope this would encourage you and push you to the next phase of your great idea. My Do It Afraid story started back in 2008, but I've always been inspired since I was young. My inspiration comes from music. I play multiple musical instruments, and also my inspiration comes from the need to see Africa thrive on the world stage. I've been fortunate to travel around the world, and I've seen a lot of conferences, invention, innovations, and Africa is not just represented. So I thought to myself, if I can couple my music skills and also the need for innovation and seeing Africa thrive, put that together, I was able to create something called the African guitar. Okay, that's the guitar in the shape of Africa. But let me tell you this, when I first started in 2007, my first prototype was so nice, but didn't sound good. That was my number one frustration. I was so frustrated to the point that I dumped the guitar in my room. It was gathering dust for 3 straight years. I didn't go back to it. And what I didn't factor in when I was designing my first prototype was the rules. There's so many rules when you build musical instruments. You have to factor in all the numbers. Guitars, you have to measure the neck, the bridge, the body, everything has to be to a certain precision. I didn't factor all of that in. I just had a great idea and I wanted to make it happen. So what happened was, when I realized that, I felt like maybe this was a learning process for me. This was a moment where I came to understand what I did wrong and to be much better in my next design. But I just sat down in my room one night and I just watched the guitar there, and I went back, and the reason why I went back was because I needed to see this great idea come to light. I needed to see the need for this to be known around the world. I needed to see Africa become a powerhouse for invention, for innovation. So that was the driving force behind everything I was doing. It wasn't because I was looking for money or fame. No, it was just the need to see Africa thrive. So I put it down, and after I put it down for 3 years, I picked it up again, and I went back to the drawing board. And I went to this music store back in Tennessee. I was living in Nashville at that time, and I went to these guys. They build guitars. They're very good at what they do. So someone connected me with these guys. When I got there, they saw the guitar. They said, "Man, this looks nice, but it doesn't make sense because the shape is not your regular guitar shape." And that was my number 2 discouragement. And I just felt like, oh my God, this is just so complex. Why would this guy say this? But I had an idea, I had a vision. So what happened was, I went away from there feeling really sad, but also feeling motivated because I like the fact that they gave me a simple critic, but I also wanted to do things different from the conventional guitar design, because they design regular guitars, but I want mine to be different. So I went to the drawing board. I studied the numbers, did the neck, did the body, did the headstock, designed it, and put all the electronic cavity together, you know, the humbuckers, everything. And it came out looking really nice, but I was afraid it may not sound good. But guess what? The second time, it sounded really nice. And I was able to gather enough strength. I was able to gather enough excitement, momentum from that. So when I realized, okay, this is my first prototype, this is nice. The next phase is I wanted to look for ways to talk to big companies to, you know, help me produce the components. That way I don't have to spend too many days or months putting together one. So by the time I talked to a few companies all around the world, I mean, I was looking at around $50,000 to get started. I didn't have $50,000 then. I went to the bank to get a finance loan, to finance a business loan, and the bank said, no, we don't. I mean, this business is not a big business. You know, we don't know you like that. I mean, we know you, but we don't know your business. So they denied the loan. I went to another bank. They denied the loan. So what happened again was just another frustration. I had to put the guitar down, and I saved up so much money in the space of 2.5, almost 3 years again, another 3 years. So I saved up a lot of money from my job because I was working 9 to 5. I was able to save up $34,000, and I borrowed $9,000 from a friend of mine to get started with the business. Okay, and that was the moment everything started taking shape. But if you look back, since 2007, we just launched our first 9 models of guitar in Nigeria in 2021. I mean, the guitars were sitting down there, the ideas were sitting down there, but I needed financing. I needed, people to help me push the vision to the next level. So that was my major challenge. That was my Do It Afraid story. Because when I was starting off, if I had listened to all of the critics and listened to the negative comments they say, I was just going to put everything down and forget about it. Especially if you're hearing, people who are building guitars and they tell you this is not a great design. That's frustrating and discouraging in the first place. So what's my take from this? As I speak to you, or what do you want to take from this? Is it's okay to make mistakes. As a matter of fact, I think mistakes, they're part of the learning process. It's okay to make all of those mistakes because it only makes you a better person. And when you make mistakes, don't just stay there. Get back up again. Look for ways to motivate yourself. There's so many things that you're gonna do for the first time that you will not receive, all the applaud from people. But keep on thriving on the idea and the vision that you have. That'll help you push you to the next phase. And number 2 is whatever idea you have, always remember it is unique to you. There could be tons of people doing, say, makeup business, and you're trying to get into a makeup business, or you're trying to get to a electronic invention. There are other people who are doing it, but your idea is unique to you because what you have in mind, no one can replicate what you desire, what you aspire to be. So that's a very important thing. As much as I was discouraged from building my guitars, I had the vision to see Africa become a musical instrument. I had a vision to make sure Africa has a platform. I've always thought about the guitar as an instrument that speaks. So I thought to myself, if I can create a product and it looks like Africa and it is mimicking the African landscape, I think Africa will be speaking anyway when you hold my product. So for me, that was the motivation. You have to be motivated all the time. And the number 3 point I'm going to tell you is it's okay to listen to critics when they criticize what you're doing, but take the positive message when you hear critics talk about what you're doing, whether good or bad. Take the positive things, because that will help you to do a better job in perfecting your craft. because over time, everything you see today didn't start from just like that. I mean, people went through a phase of 20 years. When you look at the Wright brothers, who started building aircraft, they made several mistakes. They crashed planes, and now we enjoy flying around the world. It's as a result of people being persistent, trying to make sure they perfect their craft. So what I want to tell you today, as you sitting watching me in this conference, is make sure your idea does not die within you. Make sure you push the agenda. Make sure you get the right people around you. Make sure you look for ways to share your vision with those who can support what you're doing, because that was one of the biggest opportunity I had in my life. I had people who encouraged me, supported what I was doing, even though I've had discouragements in the past. So, but when you look at Instrument of Africa today, it started all the way since I was young. Then the vision became real when I finished my prototype. Then I went through different, phases of, struggle, perfecting the craft, manufacturing, and also getting loan to finance all of this big project. And now it's such a great joy to see everything come to light. And I want to encourage you today, as you watch me, that whatever you have in mind, and I hope that it'll come to light. Someday the world will come to know who you are and what you're doing to transform life. And last thing I'm going to say is innovation. When you try to create something, always look for ways to make sure what you're creating is going to transform lives. At Instrument of Africa, we believe in invention, innovation, but ultimately innovation is about making this world a better place. How whatever you're doing can change lives, transform lives, and make this world a better place. I do hope I've been able to encourage you today. Thank you very much for listening, and you have a good rest of your day. Bye.
We'll also be seeing the
And then I just scroll on Facebook. This was the Monday after, the conference is on Sunday. And I scroll on Facebook and I see a message from somebody called Wordsmith. And he says, this conference may have put a hole in your pocket, but God says he's going to publicly reward you. I was freaked out because I'm like, how does he know? So I sent him a DM. I'm like, wow. Like, yes, I'm in debt. Like, how do you know? And then he started talking and prophesying and saying how that my obedience touched God's heart and that God is so pleased with me. And he gave me so many different prophetic words about what God was going to do in my life. And one of the things he said to me, he said, there's a girl that you helped pay her school fees. God said that your children will enjoy scholarships. And I was like, wow, because remember I had just paid someone's school fees. And so that's how we did the first conference. I ended up paying it off for my church salary. So my salary, they deducted it every month for my salary for the next, it was meant to be 1 year, but it ended up being 10 months. I didn't know it was going to be 10 months. That's another Do It Afraid. We ended from then, the next year, God said Eco Hotel, which was even more expensive. And then, he just blew my mind. Okay, so 2017 was when the conference kind of changed. So I knew that the conference was a wealth creation conference, a startup initiative, essentially giving people courage to fulfill their entrepreneurial dreams, and for some people, or most people, courage to fulfill their God-given dreams. But I actually had no idea the connection to Nigeria. And so the 2017 conference, the theme was the promise of the rainbow. Now, for many of you who know what the rainbow is, the rainbow comes after there's a storm, when rain mixes with light, right? That particular conference, I faced a storm of storms. If I was ever not going to do the conference again, it would have been that particular conference. So many things had happened that year. I was still, I had written my book, The Richer Woman, which was another Do It Afraid experience of, sharing my story on, facing temptations in my marriage. And there was some backlash, strained relationships. So I was still kind of hurt from that experience of obeying God and feeling kind of sorry for myself. So I felt like I had faced shame and I didn't want to face any shame. So when God told me God told me, he told me to go to a particular hotel. I don't want to say the name because of the story behind it. But it was, again, another one of the biggest hotels in Nigeria with the event space. So I thought, oh, no brainer. I know the person who manages the event space. I know her husband, I mean, the person's wife. I know his wife. And so I went to meet him, and I told him I wanted to host it on the 17th. God was very specific on the date 17th because it connects to a story in the Bible, Noah's story. And we booked the dates. I thought, okay, God will provide. And next thing, he says to me that a popular musician had taken up the date. And so I should use another date. And I'm like, no, God said 17th, I'm going to look for another venue. And I prayed and I felt God say another, I don't want to say the name again, another outdoor space, very big, like square in Nigeria. And when I went to meet the person in charge, I asked, in terms of details, how much it was going to cost and everything. He told me the price, but it was also it was ridiculous because apart from paying for the space, you now have to pay for a marquee, you have to bring your own security, you have to bring your own toilets, I mean, everything. But I had faith because God was the one that sent me there. Whew. So the conference was supposed to be on the 17th. Now, because of the magnitude of the event and the kind of space it is, you have to start building the marquee like the Thursday before. I didn't have no money. God had told me to do it for free. I wasn't obedient. I put out a cost and I said, okay, I will compromise and I'll do it for free for the NYSC students and NYSC students. This particular conference, the last one at Eco Hotel, people paid. But this one, I think we only had 20 people out of a venue that could take 500 people. There was no way I could cover that cost. So I got to the place where I was like, God, you want to put me in shame. I turned off my phone on Wednesday, before Thursday, and I cried out to God that God is going to come. And then a family member called me. There was a family emergency, so he called my husband's phone, so I had to turn on my phone. And this is how the owner of the event's original hotel that I had gone to called me and said, oh, have I paid for the space at the square? And I said, no, not yet. He's like, oh, the original space just became available. That the musician, apparently the popular Grammy Award-winning musician, had been accused, I think one of his staff had been accused of robbery. So he was accused of robbery, and so he had to cancel an event he had already paid for. And so that's how God, in fact, I remember the wife of the owner of the hotel space said to me that the oil that is on your head, you mean this happens so that you can have your space and your date. And for those that know how events work in Nigeria, event spaces are typically booked. You cannot find any space in December. So that's how the space became available. But the catch was I had to pay 5 million naira. 5 million naira before Friday. And I had nothing. But I trusted God that since He had provided a space, He would provide. Saturday, I still didn't have anything. I cried. It wasn't just the cry of the conference. It was just the cry of the entire journey, whole process, my wilderness experience. I think that particular season has scarred my husband. And I remember I called the hotel space owner and he said, okay, you know what, if you can pay 3 million by today, we can get it going because we need to pay the hotel part of the money and then we can pay the rest later. And I said, no problem. So I kept crying. And then one of the volunteers called me. She said, look, Omi, at 7 o'clock, if we do not have the money, we have to put out a post that we're canceling this conference. I don't know where I got the faith from, but I said, no, we're not canceling this conference. At 7 o'clock, we're going to announce it. And I just got up from my bed, and I said, you know what, just in case God does this, let me be ready. Let me go and do my hair. Let me go and do my nails. And I got up and I went to the salon. So while at the salon, I began to think that, you know what, I have people. I know people. People are resources. Why don't I take advantage of the people? Not take advantage, but, reach out to people. So I reached out to an aunt that I thought was really buoyant, that would support me. She said to me that all she can give me is 50,000 naira. And I had to be 3 million that night, right? I just said, you know what? Somebody else that I reached out to, he was on a plane, so he never got my message. But God already saw and had answered my faith. So I got a phone call. Now, there was a mentor of mine was supposed to get a special government official actually to speak at the conference. Someone that's actually speaking at the conference this year. And very high profile.
Amen. I hope you're getting encouraged. We'll be having the next activity, which is a visioning session with Inia Basileia. Inia Basileia is a broadcaster, writer, voiceover artist, art therapist for sex and mental health. She is the founder of Rooms Art Therapy Center, as well as Orange Art Residency. Most recently, she is editor-in-chief for both Lost in Lagos and Abuja magazines. She has had 2 solo exhibitions, The Heave of Woman and Bloody Silver, since her art career became professional in 2016, and has also built a career in the art of live painting. She is passionate about the mental health state, relationships and marriage. A art therapy center, Rooms, online only till further notice, seeks to help and liberate the mind through words, art and God. Our art residency and Orange focuses on building young and upcoming artists through workshops, mentorship programs, and organizations, exhibitions, partnering with galleries and other organizations to help give funds, and resources to help boost their work. A major part of her life involves growing and learning, but what inspires her life are the things she is in love with. A good book, cookies and milk, colors, a husband, a children, and God. With a round of applause, please let's welcome Inia Basileia.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I hope you're not tired yet. Okay, thank you so much for having me. Omi, this is just amazing. I'm so happy that I'm here. Our exercise is going to begin in a few minutes. I hope everyone has a set of headphones. Can I see it? Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Do you guys have? That's great. Okay, so what this visioning exercise is going to be about, or what visioning basically is about, is a projection of what you want to do, what you want your life to be like. And for today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to see where we want Nigeria to be. We're going to also see and project what you want to do for Nigeria to become what you see it becoming. Does that make sense? So I sat down and I was wondering, I know that, I had a strong sense that we had to do this today, but I was asking God, how are we going to do it? What exactly are we going to be envisioning? And the Lord asked me, what can you see? So a long time ago, in 2014, after a gruesome incident happened to me, one of the ways that I got through life was with God asking me every single step of the way, what can you see? And he would ask me that in reference to the story of Abraham, when God told him, what can you see? As far as your eyes can see, it is yours. And it is such a powerful story. It's also such a powerful act that, if you can see something, you get it. So science, I don't know what it's called in science, but I also use it in therapy, and it happens in life. Let's say you wake up today and you begin to think of a red car. You say, I want to start driving a red car, maybe a red Lexus. All of a sudden, when you get on the road, that's all you see. You see it everywhere. There was a time my car crush was the Infinity car, the burnt orange one. And I didn't know it was called Infinity. And so I tried to describe it to my sister. And she said to me, don't worry, when we're on the road, on the way to work, you'll see it. I'm like, how do you know? On our way to work that day, I saw four of them, the burnt orange color. And I told her, this is it. So she was like, okay, so now you know it's called the Infinity. Don't tell me there's this car. And that's another thing to take away. You know what you want to see in Nigeria. Don't just say, I just want to be able to walk on the road and be fine. Don't be vague. Be specific. Know what you want. See it. Write it down. And after today, it's not just about you. It's not just about you writing it down. It's not just about you seeing it. It's about you taking the steps to actually working out what you've written down. Because when you write down your vision, nobody should look at anybody's paper, please. When you write down your vision, you're not going to submit your paper to me or show it to the next person. This is for you. It's between you and your vision. What do you want to see in Nigeria? What do you want to do? We're talking about engagement. We're talking about participating. We can complain all we want. We can complain about everyone. But the truth is that the future of tomorrow, the future of Nigeria starts with you and I. So before we go into that, I really want you to watch the video, The Story of Myself and My Husband. And it's the story of myself and my husband, not of our marriage, to be honest, but they're stories of resilience. And if you're going to be a Nigerian, it's not just about you making it in the country that's called Nigeria. It's about you making a difference. You need the spirit of resilience. If they slap you down, you get back up again. You keep getting back up until they get tired of slapping you down. All right, so let's roll film.
Hello, my name is Fem Leia.
And I'm Iniabasi Leia.
Starting out as a musician many years ago, basically as an instrumentalist, playing with different bands and playing with different artists. One of the very important things to me at the time was getting my music out there. And the way I could do it, at that time, being an artist was very difficult, especially standing alone as a guitarist. But it's not like people don't want to see that, but at the time when I started, there were no opportunities to have that. So I ended up playing with a bunch of people, a bunch of artists here and there, just trying to get myself into the music space. I would say that period was very difficult, and the level of consistency and the experience gained,
showing up every time
to gigs that were not being paid. I was not being paid, traveling with different bands, staying in motels, if we don't have hotels yet, but staying like very shabby places, and at the end of the day, coming back from that with absolutely nothing. But I knew that this was what I was meant to do, even in the midst of the difficulty, in the midst of the trials and the tribulation. And, fast forward into me, now saying, right now, I'm not afraid anymore. Let me make my music. And I thought at that point it would be, easier, so to speak. And I realized that it was even more difficult than where I was coming from. I remember I was telling someone yesterday that between me leaving, playing with people, and standing on my own was one single opportunity, and that was like a radio interview to come and do like an acoustic set on the radio station in Lagos. And I took that like as that glimpse of light, that okay, I think this is what will shoot me to the next level. And thank God I did. I was really scared. I was really afraid, but I did it. But that threw me to the next level and into another space of going into it, going all out, and just being a musician and everything. How did it start for you?
Well, I was working at a radio station, and it was good. Steady income was good, and there was the platform that I could have used to build my name, build my brand, and all of that. But it wasn't. I just knew it wasn't enough, and as much as I had wanted that, it wasn't enough for me, and it wasn't what I wanted. So I left. And I became professional. I became a professional in art. Yeah. Yes, because I have no idea what a professional artist. Yeah, and I really thought that it was just going to be. To be honest, I wasn't afraid to do it at first. I thought it was just going to be, it would just pick up like that. But when I left my job and I became an artist, I now understood the reason why I say it's possible for you to be an artist and be a popper. Because
oh, you got it now.
Younger flogged me. But then I realized that I knew nothing about the art world, and also I realized that was where it was. The fact that I didn't know anything about what I was doing, so I had to spend time researching, reading, taking classes, even if they were unofficial classes. But, I tried to serve under people, and it wasn't the easiest. Oh my goodness. I remember walking up to this really famous artist. I had looked up to this man. I loved his work. And I told him that I wanted to mentor under him. And he told me, it's not possible. You now come and mentor under me. You know everything that I know. You go and find your way. He found his way. I'll go and find my way. It was after a particular event, I was so embarrassed. But then I realized that, applying for residencies, applying for workshops, applying to exhibit here, no one would take you because they didn't know you.
Yeah.
And you didn't have any exhibition abroad. So they didn't know who you were. So it was tough. It was hard. But then I stayed there because this is what I wanted to do. This was it. There was no other game plan. And that was it.
I think the last thing you said, not having a plan B, no other game plan, I think is one of the ingredients to the eventual success. Because if you have a plan B and you're saying that, if this doesn't work out, okay, I can really fall back into this. The example I use is you have a nail and you want to get that nail into a concrete wall. It's very difficult, obviously. The nail might break, but you keep going and apply pressure to a particular place. At the point, something will give way. And I'm sure it's the concrete. Because if you are consistent, the nail might break, but if you keep going, there'll be a crack. There'll be a particular crack. And that's actually, what has gotten us to where we are right now, being consistent. Because I was told, how will you be a guitarist and sustain yourself? Not talking less of like sustaining a family, having children and all
when we
of
got
that.
married, it was people thought we were
yeah.
we were
Like between the two of you, no 9 to 5. Like, what are you people really doing? And but understanding that this is the purpose, this is what we were called to do, and doing it the way we have, as led us to the amount of success that we have gotten. We're just starting off, but we've been able to get here. But I know, like, the link between what you said, starting off in that regard, where you're trying to meet up with people and mentor me here, mentor me there. That journey is so important to the eventual success, because you build character. You eventually find yourself. You find your voice. You find what you are supposed to become.
You also learn compassion.
You learn compassion. So, like, what was done to you now, you will not do it to another person. You probably do it in another way. I want you to mentor me. I'm like, you probably might say, I don't have the time, but you still talk to the person, advise the person. I have a similar story where I sent a message to someone I really respect, and it took the person 7 years to reply me back on Facebook.
Wow.
7 years, but in time span of 7 years, I actually became bigger. Obviously I didn't need the advice anymore. I grew. So you have a lot of compassion and everything. So yeah.
I think in getting married for both of us, it was another kind of what would I call it now? It was another kind of story, because we both had gone through this growing and taking risk path individually, and getting married was another form of taking a risk, because our wedding was funded by us, and we didn't have anything, and even after we got married, it was just us, and then we got married, and it was hard, and then we got pregnant 6 months after. We didn't plan it. It happened to us. It fell upon us, and then the pandemic hit. Now, when the pandemic hit, it could have been a time where we would have said, man, if one of us had a 9 to 5, this would have just been, because we would have had savings, But then the pandemic hit, there were no shows, nobody was buying paintings, and
nobody was traveling anywhere,
no
obviously.
one was traveling anywhere. So all our sources of income literally shut down. But then that was how God used these paths that we're on to God expanded the paths that we're on. Oh man, it's so beautiful. And I'm not just an artist now, I'm an art therapist now. I use art to heal people. And Femi is not just a musician who plays at shows, he's a producer. And so right there at home, I remember how we ate, how we lived during the pandemic was that people were getting inspiration. People were using the pandemic to get inspiration for songs. People were like, I'm at home, this tune is just in my head. And they didn't have money to go to the big producers, but they had money to come to Femi. I'm not saying that Femi is cheap or anything, but what I'm saying is, if Femi wasn't open to, if you weren't open to expanding, if you wanted to just be rooted in the
just being an artist and make my music. Oh my God.
This one, and before the pandemic, Femi, you remember you already.
Oh my God! You remember the conversation we had?
He kept saying the year before 2019, towards the end of 2019, Femi kept saying next year I really want to expand. He just kept saying I really want to expand myself. I really want to go beyond. I want to really enter this production life. He kept saying this production life. I really want to enter it. Femi started taking. In fact, I remember one night we were supposed to sit down and watch a movie together. I was so upset because Femi had queued up master classes for, I can't remember the guy you were watching, for production, and I didn't have a choice but to let him do it because watching a movie, him doing this could be a source of income one day. I didn't know we would need it the very next year, like the next few months, literally. And then also art therapy and doing
the classes. Yeah, she had to take a course.
Yeah, get certified. But I think that the kicker here is, if we had stayed where we were, if you had said, launching out on your own is too hard, let me just stay and be a band. If I had said, this artist's work is, nobody's buying any painting, nobody knows who I am, let me just go back. Because to be honest, I really got that a lot before I left the radio station. Stay, this platform, you use this platform to build your
brand.
Make use of the platform. It's comfortable, it's good, but I knew that I couldn't. I knew that, and to be honest, I've always had a rebellious mind. When everybody's saying do this thing, I just know this is what I wrote, nobody's taking. There's something here, let me go. Let me see for myself that it's not working. Then I can say, okay, it didn't work. But
exactly.
I think that
I think also following that path at the end of the day, seeing our journeys and the trials and tribulations, I ended up scoring a couple of scored my first movie and done the second one as a producer. Now I'm working with people doing music for series and movies all across the world now. I'm producing for other artists and and still doing my own thing, still being my own artist, still stepping on stage and doing all the shows. Ini is doing art therapy in different places and conferences and has clients, and she has a company, and this is just in the space of a year. But the kicker here was that we did it afraid, or how will I say it? We were afraid, but we did it anyway because we took the risk. Because in the midst of the pandemic and how crazy it was, we would have said, okay, let's just give up this dream and just do something else. Do you understand? And but we are on this path, and it's so beautiful. So that's our story.
Okay. So I hope you picked up a thing or two from our stories. There's power in resilience. There's power in envisioning yourself and what you want to do. And in our case, we have to envision where we want Nigeria to be, where we see what we want to do as well. So for our virtual attendees, you can also join us. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear the music, but please just, write down what you see and what you want to see, what you want to play, what role you want to play as well. So you can just put your headsets on. So if you have a notepad, a journal and pen, if you don't have one, you can use your phone, the notepad on your phone. Just make sure it's somewhere safe, and just write. Faith? I think we're having some glitches. Is it just are your headphones glitching? Yeah, headphones are glitching. Are we good? Your headphones fine? Is it fine? So sorry, we had to stop your music, but our session is coming to an end now. Um, we could just go on, but yeah, we have to wrap it up right now. I hope you're able to write down more than a thing or two of what you want to do, the Nigeria that you see, how you want to contribute, how you plan to be going forward, how you plan to engage other people and encourage other people going forward as well. Because it's not enough for us to complain, it's not enough for us to be angry. Put your anger into work, okay? All right, thank you so much for having me. Thank you. Sorry, please, the headphones are not souvenirs, so please just let me pass it to the ushers. Thank you so much.
And he had said yes, apparently, but I think it was the president's birthday, so he had to attend the president's birthday. So she called to say, oh, she's sorry that he can't make it anymore. And I said to her that, don't worry, that's the list of my problems. She's like, why? I'm like, I don't even think this conference is going to hold at all. And she said, why? Then I told her that I need to pay 3 million by tonight. And she said, okay, if I give you the 3 million, when will you pay me back? And I said 2 weeks. And she said, okay. And that's how she wired 3 million into my account at 9 o'clock that night. The hotel space owner could not believe it. When I called him, I told him I had paid the money. He thought, because he had thought we were not going to hold the conference at all. And it was manic, because the following day, it was a storm of storms. The sound guys, the car broke down. We didn't start on time. Some people were, because we now said, okay, you know what, since we're hosting this conference, I now put out a post on social media that is free for everybody. People that paid were complaining. It was just, but we had that conference. But God, that was when God told me, he said that this conference is very prophetic to what he's doing in Nigeria, that the themes are what he's doing in Nigeria, and that even as we're facing a storm in Nigeria, there's a promise of a rainbow. A rainbow comes after a storm. A rainbow comes when light comes into the storm. And when Jesus, who is the light, comes into, whatever is going on, it becomes a rainbow. It becomes beautiful. And that particular conference, we prayed, it was amazing. And the following year, how I paid that 3 million, my mentor, I reached out to her 2 weeks. The 2 weeks time, I didn't have the 3 million. And I said to her, when I reached out to her, she was like, she actually needed the money, but that she understands, that I should just let her know when I will pay back. And again, I said to her, can I pray about this and get back to her? She said, no problem. That particular time, I decided to go on a praise challenge on Instagram. I said I was going to end the year in praise. And so I did a praise challenge where every day, for 3 days up until New Year's, we thank God for what he's doing in our lives, or what he's done, no matter what situation you find yourself in. And that particular day, one of the days, the last day, one of the most influential gospel musicians in Francophone countries watched it, reached out to me, and that led to the birth of the French edition of my book. I went to Abidjan, then Paris, Kigali, and all of that. Anyway, so I remember I had to get back to my mentor, and then one day I was praying, and then I saw a vision of a family member, and I felt God say I should reach out to him because he was going through a challenge. So I reached out to him, and I was like, how are you doing? He's like, oh, he's been a bit down, but he's okay. But that anyway, he has to go to his bank. He's going to get his pension. And I was like, oh, your pension? Like, yeah, that, when you resign from your job, within 4 months, you can get, I think after 4 months, you get 25% of your pension. I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know that. If I had known this all this while, since I resigned from work, I would have gone to take my 25%. So I checked my pensions, and 25% actually came up to 2.8 million naira out of the 3 million naira that I had to pay. And I was just like, wow, what am I going to do? How am I going to pay the remaining 2 200,000. And I'm a Christian, so I pay tithe. So I was like, God, I have to pay tithe. How am I going to pay tithe? This money is not even enough. And if I pay tithe, I won't even have enough. And I felt God say, you're going to pay tithe. And I remember going to church the Sunday before I was meant to make the payment. And a pastor, one of my pastors, said to me, he was like, oh, how are you doing? How was the conference? And I told him, and I said, this is, situation, I have this to pay. And he said, you know what, I have a check leaflet that I usually don't carry. This is just one leaf, not the checkbook, that the Holy Spirit told him to carry that check leaf with him to church that day. He didn't know why, but he's sure it's for me. And then he wrote 500,000 naira. And that's how I was able to pay my tithe. And I was able to pay my mentor 3 million in a month where I typically go on a retreat. Remaining, I was supposed to pay another 2 million. Remember, the hall was 5 million. My husband helped me pay 1 million. And then Bank of Industry sponsored the 2018 conference with 500,000. So I was able to use that to pay for the venue, and the hotel person wrote off the remaining 500,000. So that was it. And for me, because of the challenges I went through that year, the rest of it was clear. Was like coasting. I was just like, I'm going to enter into rest and I'm going to trust God. So we did the 2018 one, which was Flowing with Milk and Honey, God saying that there's so many opportunities in Nigeria. Then we did the Endless Ocean, meaning there's endless ocean, endless ocean of wealth in the country. And then we did the volcanic transformation, which was phenomenal because it was so prophetic to what happened with the NSAS protest. In fact, when the NSAS protest started, I was a bit worried because I'm like, God, you said you have great plans for Nigeria. You said there's a promise of rain, but what's happening? And then I started seeing visions of volcanoes erupting. And then God said to me that this is exactly what he's talking about. And then as the volcanoes were, then he said the build-up of the NSAS protest was actually like, the volcano erupting. And then as a volcano, there's a build-up of eruption, then there's an explosion. And he said to me that what happened on the 20th of October, 2020 was like an explosion. But what then happens that when a volcano erupts and the lava comes down, it's actually transformative, not disruptive. It actually makes the land more fertile. There's actually a lot of treasures like diamonds and so many things that you can get from lava. And so God was saying that essentially with everything that was happening, there was a birth of a new Nigeria. That October 2020, it was a mindset shift. There was a birth of a new Nigeria causing transformation. And so this year, the theme, the rising star, doing it afraid again. This time, God said Abuja. Never done a conference in Abuja of this magnitude, but I have seen God in the details. I remember when he, I'm just blown away by just the little details. I'm literally at rest. I'm no longer in that place where I was scared. I'm no longer scared because I have history with God. I've seen him do conference 2015 with zero money in my account. I've used some of the most expensive venues in Lagos. I never really understood why God wanted me to use expensive venues. I thought, okay, maybe you just want me to walk the talk and, do it afraid. But God said something to me. He said, this is a wealth creation event. You cannot do a wealth creation event in a shabby place. You need to give people the right atmosphere so that they can begin to think, so they can begin to, dream big and get the vision, And so the rising star this year is essentially saying that Nigeria as a continent, as a country rather, and Africa as a continent, is our time to rise. But we need to be involved in the rising. And right now, there's so many of us that he's going to begin to put dreams in our hearts. And we need to take, those dreams and go and fulfill them, no matter even if you're afraid. Fear is part of the process. But the difference between successful people and unsuccessful people is that successful people feel the fear and they do it anyway. I've shared my do it afraid experiences. I have been so afraid. But you know what? The more you do it afraid, the easier it becomes. When I say easier it becomes, not that it's not as scary. For instance, going to Abuja is scary for me. It's out of my comfort zone. Using a space like Transcorp Hilton is out of my comfort zone. But because I have history with God, because I have experience with God, I know that God pays for what he orders. So you know what? This particular conference, I am just literally like folding my hands like this and just experiencing God. And I'm seeing him, even in the speakers, one particular person, I just saw him on someone's WhatsApp story, and I was like, oh, this would be someone interesting to talk about this topic on the conference. And literally, I'm at lunch with my cousin, with my big sis, and I'm just like telling her about the conference, hoping she would convince me that I'm not normal. And I just mentioned, start listing names of people that, you know, God had asked me to bring on board. And she goes, oh, that's my besto. I'm going to call him. That was the fastest yes we ever got. He literally said yes immediately, you know, and I've just experienced God all through. Thankfully for the support of, you know, places like even Transcorp who are supporting the conference as well. You know, God has been faithful. So I really hope that my Do It Afraid story inspires you to also do it afraid.
We're gradually coming to the end of this conference, and we want to thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for showing up. You know, as much as this is a transformational journey for you, if you were not here, there will be no point for this conference. If nobody was streaming online, there will be no point. So can we just celebrate ourselves? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. The last speaker for the day is Dr. Esther Lunge. Dr. Esther Lunge is a It's fine to clap, please. Dr. Esther Lunge is a transformative leader committed to providing the necessary structures and motivation to liberate individuals, families, and nations from the strongholds of their past, the limitations of their present, so that they can be launched into the future that God has scripted for them. She's a speaker, author, teacher, encourager, coach, and a unicorn leader. As the unicorn leader, she works with people to embrace their uniqueness as well as discover their strength, joy, calling, and anointing in God. She is committed to reconnecting people with God and empowering them to embrace and shine their God-given light. She is the founder of the Alternative Business School, the 7,000 Movement, God in Real Life Outreach and Broken, a ministry committed to helping people experience intimacy with God and encounter Him in their everyday life. Dr. Esther is also a trained marketing strategist. She has a BSc in Mass Communication from the University of Lagos, 2 master's degrees in marketing from University of South Wales and University of Bath, and a PhD in marketing also from the University of Bath. Oh gosh. She has worked with some of the biggest global brands such as PwC, GT Bank, Pizza Express, mention a few. She sits on the board of the 11-11-12 Foundation, a not-for-profit organization committed to environmental sustainability. She has also served as a super mentor for the FCMB She Ventures program and is a facilitator for the African Green Grant Award. She is happily married with 2 children. Can we please celebrate our keynote speaker, Dr. Esther Lunge.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Omi. Thank you, everyone. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Omi deserves another special mention because, you know, when she said she's my sister, for real, like, when I started my water walking journey, God said, go and talk to 2 people. One of them was Omi. And so she shared with me the 2000, as she studied you on the screen, I've walked it with her because I literally met her 6 months after that first conference. And so over the years, she'll say, what's God saying? What's God saying? Hey, we'll be giving ourselves faith, you know, because this journey, it takes faith and it takes courage to do the things that God has called us to do. I want to celebrate you for staying till now. You guys are amazing. I want to thank you for your honest and heartfelt question that was so necessary because it was a question that was hanging in the air. And now we're here. You know, an interesting fact. This is the 4th time I've been in Abuja since the plane crash happened 15 years ago, right? And I have had to fly a few times this year, probably more times locally than my whole life combined. But yesterday was the first time that I looked out of the window. In fact, that I could look out of the window first and foremost. Yeah. Because even before plane crash happened, I had a fear of heights. Then you know, I had plane crash. Hello. So yesterday, for some reason, we're about to land into Abuja, and I just found myself staring out of the window. I was sitting beside Ini, and she was looking at me. I was staring out. And I was like, wait, a miracle is happening right now. I can stare out of the window, right? And I'm looking at the majesty of God, number one. Number two, I start to look and I'm like, I wonder if this is the farm where the plane crash happened, because it happened right outside the airport. So I found it interesting that it seemed like I was coming full circle. So, when Omi said, are you sure God is not asking you to come to Abuja? In my mind, I was like, oh, yeah, we move. You understand? But inside the actual airport, no, this is keynote speaker, Lord, I've forgotten. inside the actual plane, I'm like, we're coming full circle, right? That was the first thing. The second thing that happened was, when she spoke to me about the rising star, I kept seeing a picture of this dark space, and then a star rising, right? So when I actually sat down to research a rising star, I thought I would come up with scientific terms like Obi shared with us at the beginning. Imagine my surprise when I see that the rising star is actually a person. Esther, I need to speak English. You guys, I'm a page holder, so you know that I can speak English, But I feel like I'm among family, so I am going to talk to us, like I would talk to my family members. So I looked at it and I saw that the rising star is a person or organization who has come into sudden prominence. I was like, are you serious? Is it me? Wow. I was like, okay, interesting. And so I've been reflecting a lot because this is my birth month. I turned 37 next week, Monday. And so I've had the opportunity to reflect on my life. And so I started to think about what are the ingredients that make a rising star, right? And the first thing that came to my mind was examples. In order for you to be a rising star, you have to know that it can be done, right? And so I started to think even back to my birth. And I find that it's interesting to say these things. You can see me in my green suit, and even that one is God that set me up, because when my person told me that she was making clothes for me, she's like, oh, I have the right outfit for you. And I said, I saw, oh, money green. And I went back and I said, Lord, really? It had to be green. Green for Nigeria. Should I wear white shoes so we can now know that we're really for Nigeria? And so I started to think, so you can see me like this and you say, oh, wow, of course, she has a PhD, of course, blah, blah, blah. No. I came from an interesting place. I came from a series of decisions. And one of the first decisions was the fact that I'm a product of a single parent home, okay? So one of the biggest decisions was my mother's decision to have me 38 years ago, all right? That's the first decision. The second decision was for her to surround me with examples of what it means to live and walk with integrity. So I think back to my grandfather, who was the second indigenous principal of King's College, Lagos. And I remember seeing him, hearing his testimonies of how he was so strict, but he stood for integrity. When I was conscious of him, he was the Commissioner of Works and Housing in, the Federal Civil Service in Lagos. And I remember people running up and down when they heard that he was coming, because they knew they had to get their act in order. When he died in 1996, I was privileged to have a surrogate grandfather in Mr. Gamaliel Onosodi, who was known in the business arena as Mr. Integrity. I saw him in my lifetime turn down board positions, lucrative board positions, because he did not agree with their thank you, that's the word, thank you so much, with their values. And his passion for Nigeria made him run for president, and we all looked at him like he was crazy. He didn't win, but that's how passionate he was about Nigeria. Those were the people that I saw as I was growing up. Bringing it home, I saw my mother. My mother is one of the reasons why I never, when people say, I'm all for, female rights and all that, but I never saw myself as, a different gender, because my mom was oftentimes the only woman in the room. I'm a product of two professors. My mom is a professor in Unilag. My dad was a professor in City University in America. Now, so I saw people break ceilings. My mom came from a middle-class background. My dad came from a low-income background. But he went on to do a PhD in Berkeley, right? So we all have our stories. Those were the examples that I saw when I was growing up. Now, let me talk to you about decisions. When it was time for me to go for NYSC, It's a natural rite of passage if you go to school in Nigeria, and even if you go abroad, they'll still humble you. You'll still go to NYSC. So when it was time to go to NYSC, people already started trying to work their NYSC posting. And I remember saying, oh, I'm not going to work my posting because what if I become president of Nigeria one day? When you say some things at the time, I want to go back and slap yourself. Come on, don't say that. But that was how much I believed, in integrity, but also my naivety, because in my mind, the furthest place they could have posted me to was maybe Edo State, you understand? Because the last time I heard about Sokoto was in States and Capital in primary school. So it was not even in my, I mean, I love the North, well, I'm in the North, so please let me go back safely more, you understand? But, so I was like, so imagine now, they tell me that I'm posted to Sokoto. I say it's not possible. It's not me. And my mom was like, oh, you're not going. I'm like, if I don't go, then I'm going to wait 6 months and they're going to post me to the exact same place. And so I remember my mom sitting me on her laps and saying, Lord, this is my firstborn. I'm releasing her to your care. As she goes, bring her back safely, right? So the decision number, whatever, was to go to NYSC, to actually go. Now, also in the spirit of full disclosure, I thought I was only going to do 3 weeks of camp and then come back. But when I saw the lies that people were telling, they are brain too much, I said, I can never come for this. It's not just so nice to go to, it was 1 year I would stay. But I was out of my depth. I didn't speak the language. I didn't look like them. I didn't sound like them. It was an interesting experience, but it was necessary for the process. 9 months into my NYSC, I'm 21 at the time, and I get on a plane like other 21-year-olds do. You understand? People travel all the time, and I didn't think that I needed to tell my parents. After all, I am an adult, legal in every country that is possible. You understand? Yeah, first and last time, because, well, I got on the plane, and the plane, okay, I got from Sokoto to Abuja, coming back, you know how the story ended. Oh, they don't know? Oh, the video is on YouTube, thanks be to God. On my page. No, I'm coming, I'm holding it. I got on this plane, and the plane crashed. Yeah? It's not like I missed my flight, you understand? I was on the plane came down from inside the sky. I don't say this with levity. I thank God for the healing that He has wrought in my heart 15 years after. I know people that are still on their healing journey. And I know even being here in Abuja is triggering for some people. I'm rejoicing in my life. Some people, my presence is a reminder of the lives that they have lost. But it is a duty of care for me to make sure that those lives did not go in vain. Do you understand? As in, there must be purpose in this pain. And so, I landed, came. I was in the hospital for 3 days after because I wanted to make sure I didn't have any internal injuries, which I did not. And I remember a minister at the time in government coming because we had everybody come. We had Obasanjo, who was the president at the time. His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, who was the president at the time. We had other ministers, we had the vice president. They came to the hospital room. And I remember one of these ministers saying to me, you need to go back and serve your country. This culture of respect that Momidi was talking about. I didn't say anything, but my eyes, if my eyes could communicate, they would have said everything I wanted to say. Country that almost killed me, And so I didn't go back to Sokoto because my mom said, how? I let you the first time. This is what happened. I'll let you go again. No, so it didn't happen. So my NYSC experience ended 9 months into it, right? And shortly after, I found myself in the UK where I was for 7 years. And I found myself on the pursuit of something to make meaning of my life, have control of my life. And so I got 1 degree. Well, I already had 1 degree. I got my 2nd degree, I got my 3rd degree, and I got my 4th degree. But after my 7th year, the Lord called me back. I thought it was love that was calling me back because I was now dating my now husband. But it's the Lord that actually summoned me. And you know that because we have the benefit of hindsight. I came back and then I went through a process. One of the processes that I have glossed over is the fact that for 2 years after the plane crash, I had survivor's guilt. So I was depressed because I did not understand why God would save me in such a majestic fashion in a situation where prominent people and even people that had families died. And so for 2 years, I tried to understand and make meaning of my life. And it wasn't until being in my church in Cardiff at the time in 2008, November, interesting, yeah, that God was like, I've given you salvation, that's a bigger gift. You know, this life still has its tests and trials. I've given you a promise of eternal life. You can accept that, you can accept this. And that was a simple but profound revelation that opened the door to my healing. It wasn't until 2016, January 6th, 2015, January 6th, that I had emotional healing. Because up until then, I thought God saved me for this purpose that everybody told me about after the plane crash had happened. I thought I thought God saved me for this husband, this children, whatever it was. I thought that God saved me for anything other than myself. And I remember being in a meeting and just crying out, Lord, you are good, Lord, you are good, Lord, you are good. Because God said, I saved you for you. Now, when you look at what is happening with my life now, you see, you look at a rising star, things that you think just appeared. I didn't just appear this year. I've been through a process. And it was first a process of internal healing before I can even bring healing to the nation that he has called me to. And so I started on a journey with him, starting first with individuals, healing individuals. So I run a ministry, one of them is called Broken, and I was healing individuals, walking by faith, doing all these crazy conferences, these crazy walks of faith that time will not permit me to tell. But I didn't realize that something was being built inside of me, which was resilience and the ability to take risks with God. And so something happened this year. No, something happened last year. Last year, in the middle of COVID, I took some time out to retreat and just figure things out because I was feeling stuck. And God said to me, and I like that we're able to introduce God, because at the beginning I say, this one I put doctor in front of my name now, they think I have to be using, big English. But I love that Omi started with God, and everybody has had that whole thread of God throughout everything that they've said. Because honestly, you cannot live life to your full potential without God. Nigeria cannot achieve its full potential without God. You can't leave God out of the equation. I know people say, we pray too much, and we pray, we must pray. But it's now time for us to start acting. And so he said to me, I want you to do a 3-part conference, call it the 7,000 conference. Focus on government, focus on business, focus on ministry, because those 3 are intertwined. You can't have the solution to Nigeria's challenge of corruption without those 3 coming together to work as a tripartite power to bring, corruption down. And so, it seemed a little bit daunting. And so I did a Jonah, just brief Jonah from April to July. And then I was reflecting, and then I remembered what that minister of state had said to me, you need to go back and serve your country. And God now said, you need to go back and serve your country. That was what I needed to do the government edition, which we did. And we had prominent people like Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, Tonya Code, many people, who are doing phenomenal things in government. We had the ministry edition, which was in December in collaboration with Guiding Light Assembly. And then there was a pause. I thought it was going to be a back-to-back series of conferences, but we had that in December, and first quarter of 2021, I didn't hear anything else. But what happened was this. I had a series of personal encounters with God where I wept when he said the gravity of serving a country. Because how do you serve a country that almost killed you? How do you love a country that sometimes doesn't seem to love itself? And so I wept a lot. Honestly, I'm not saying cry. I say wept. Because up until last year, April, I've been begging my husband. I said, please, they don't even need you. Me alone, they open the door for us in Canada. You understand? Let's go. So for God to now turn it around and then put a love for this country in my heart, I didn't see it coming. And so in April, he says, it's time. We're going to do the business conference, the business edition. May 19th. This was April 12th. I would say, who does a conference in less than a month? But so we're together. And I was like, how? It was hard. Not hard in terms of putting it together, but hard in terms of getting speakers. Because it's easy to say we're doing government with integrity, easy to say we're doing ministry with integrity, but doing business with integrity, not a lot of people wanted to put their foot out there that I'm doing business with integrity. let somebody see them on the TV screen and say, you was in your office last week. And so it's one of the hardest things. So 10 days before the conference, we were not sure who our speakers were. 10 days. We didn't have flyer. Monday, next week, Wednesday. We did not have. So whoever we have, we'll put them on the flyer and we'll just trust God, so we just kept everything vague. On Wednesday, something happened. She said, how are we going to do publicity for this conference? This is important, they said. And so they said, I know what we'll do. So one of our team members puts it on her page and says, there was a reel that was going around of Mexican people. Their plane had an engine fault and they were playing maracas when the plane is about to go down. And so that's the reel that they put up and say, I don't know how I'd have done this if I was the one, but at Estalunga I was in a plane crash, tell us how it was. In like an hour, over 1,000 people had followed me. I said, where are we going, please? And then they all kept asking me a question. Where can we watch it? Where can we read your story? And the first thing was like, see my generation, this is a 15-year-old testimony. Google it, is there, But God said to me, Esther, you've never sat down and told this testimony from beginning to the end. I said, okay, that's nice. Put it inside my back pocket, thinking I'll do that later in life. This is Wednesday, a week to the conference. Thursday, I'm on a prayer call, and somebody is saying, you need to record your testimony, you need to do this, you need to do that. And then God's like, listen and record your testimony. I'm recording on Friday. People think that I planned that video. I did not. I sat down, Lord, I opened my mouth and you'll feel it. And that was 16 minutes. And I know that the only reason that God allowed that video to go viral was because of the last 3 minutes of that video. It's not that people had not heard my plane crash testimony before. It was all of a sudden there was a charge, get involved. We played that video on Wednesday after the business conference. I was still in the conference, still in the grounds of the event center, when somebody who had been there, one of the sound guys, said to me, so you mean, Esther, if you had the opportunity to leave Nigeria, you will not go? Right there, after that meeting, I entered my car and I wept. I got home and I wept. I said, God, did we just waste our time? Did we just call people together and waste our time? The next day, Thursday, I spent it sleeping and crying. I'll wake up, I just cry. Because I'm like, why are we fighting for people that don't seem to want to fight? In the middle of this, I got a phone call that I had to post my video. I was not even planning to post it. Because of that, I had to post it that evening. The next day, T.Y. Bello posted my video Friday, and life as I knew it changed forever. A 15-year-old testimony became relevant. Why am I sharing this? A lot of times when we think about rising stars, we think they just came out of the blue. We don't understand that there's a process behind it. That process is formed by a series of decisions to keep showing up even when it hurts. I cannot say that I've not cried since then. 6 months after, I have cried, and I may still cry, thinking about our nation. But one thing that I have seen as I have reflected on our nation is this. We have to move from seeking individual blessings to collective responsibility. It has been said in so many different ways in today's meeting about how we are the government. Government is not this body of people that are unreachable. If you 6 degrees of separation, not even up to 6, you probably have somebody serving right now in government. If you don't have them in the judiciary, you have them in the executive, you have them in legislature, you have them in the civil service. Your mom, your uncles, they're in the civil service. You are probably also in the civil service. You are serving in one capacity or the other. It is not the government that causes us to defraud each other in scams. It's not the government that causes us to build buildings that collapse. At what point do we begin to take responsibility? At what point? At what point? The hotel that I'm staying in yesterday, the guy wanted me to transfer, the waiter wanted me to transfer my restaurant bill to his personal account. Is he also in government? Nigerians, we are both our public. And so it's time for us to decentralize this passion. I don't call it anger. Stop looking at the government, look to yourself. Because you have the ability, you are more powerful than you think. All you have to do is make up your mind that within your sphere of influence, you can contribute to making Nigeria a better place. We have examples all around us. We do. We have Otto Orodam, who started Slum to School. He's one person. We have Abosede George Ogan, who started Electa. She's one person. You don't have to start with a lofty dream, but please start and watch God breathe on it and it becomes lofty. And you know the interesting thing about these processes or these people, when they started with nothing. But it gets to a point that you cannot even be ignored by this same government you're talking about. They cannot have a think tank without inviting you. They cannot talk about the subject without asking you to come and speak. Because the people here say, no, I don't have anything. If you have 10 followers, you have 10 people that you can influence. We need to make up our minds to do better. Another thing that we have as Nigerians is we used to have a managing culture. Oh, let's just manage. This is how it's going to be. But then God started speaking to me about the power of moving from managing to leveraging. You see, a lot of us have gone through traumatic experiences even as Nigerians. But those experiences have become resilience. That resilience is what causes us to shine inside and outside of Nigeria. We have so many testimonies of exports from Nigeria shining, flying the flag. Omi has spoken about Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala. We have Wizkid from Ojuelegba to the world. We have Fela, who used his pain in his music and is still producing relevant music till today. We have gifts, we have talents, we have abilities. Instead of just managing the situation, how do we leverage our stories? How does the pain that we have gone through become momentum to build? I'm not the first, and I'm not, by the grace of God, I'll be the last plane crash survivor. Well, because we are not going to have any other plane crashes in Jesus' name. But I had a decision to make, to come out and keep coming out. Nobody will blame me if I say I want to move to another country. Nobody will blame me. But if I go, who will look after my mother and my father here? If I take them with me, who will look after their sisters and their brothers? How many people do I want to take with me when I'm leaving Nigeria? And if you have lived abroad, you know that it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. We are Nigerians in Nigeria for such a time as this. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria is going to be better, with or without your permission. You now choose how you want to contribute to its story. Will you be relevant when the story is being told, or will you be a casual bystander? Because God's eyes has turned to Nigeria. He's raising up people, unknown, but they're coming to the forefront. And they do not love their lives unto the death. One of my favorite scriptures is this: you overcome by the blood of the Lamb, the word of your testimony, and you love not your life unto the death. We're all saved. Well, Christian, you are saved. I have a testimony, thank God. But I had to get to the point where I do not love my life at the risk of doing what is right. The Lord said to me, Rosa Parks, it was tiredness that made her sit down when everybody said she should stand up. Are you not tired? Are you not tired of what you are seeing in Nigeria? Are you not tired of complaining? At what point do you stand up for what is right? We have to get to that point where enough is truly enough. And you now begin to understand that inside of you is power, unlimited power. You have the resources. People use it for Yahoo. They use it to watch Big Brother. They use it to shine. You understand? But you have it. You have so many gifts and talents. It's time to begin to leverage it. Don't manage it. Don't wait until they open the door and send you to Canada and beyond. No. You are here right now for a reason, for a purpose. I'm one person. Omi is one person. Ini is one person. Kemi is one person. Dolapo is one person. We are all one. But if we stand up, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised at what this seeming minority can do to change the narrative that is Nigeria. You've heard it from the government side. You've heard it from the inspirational side. You've heard it from a place of leveraging pain into purpose. What is your own story? What is your own vision? And how can God use you in changing the narrative that is Nigeria? God bless you.
On what did the Lord put in your heart. Thank you for being you are the right. Thank you. Like you said, Nigeria, your story needs to be told because, like you said, Nigeria almost killed you in the plane crash. But now you're here, passionate about Nigeria and doing everything for Nigeria. After what happened last year, October 2020, there are many people that are emotional and still very hurt. But God needs all of us to rebuild the country, regardless of how hurt we are. And we see an example of somebody who has risen above her hurt with a crash. Because, in fact, Esther didn't share this. But for so long, she thought the plane crash was a function of weather. But after she did that video went viral, she found out that it was out of negligence. So you can imagine, and she said she cried. So you can imagine pain upon pain. But here she is, still flying the Nigerian flag and still giving, you know. And so we have an example. So no matter how hurt you feel, I've not cried the way I cried that year. I don't remember. I cried. It was a cry. I didn't even really I didn't realize I was dreading the anniversary. But God told me to focus on the good that has come out of it because there was a birthing of a new Nigeria that day. There was a birthing. And we will see the physical manifestation of that birthing. So we have to heal. Healing is hard. But it has to be done. Because there's nobody else that can rebuild. Nigeria needs you to rebuild. Those people on October 2020 need you to rebuild. So we are going to rebuild. So I'm supposed to do my vote of thanks. But before I do my vote of thanks, I have an assignment here. And I'd like Kemi Fred Adetiba to please come. I don't know if the word has given you, the Lord gave you a word for Nigeria. She's going to share. How did I meet Kemi? God has been speaking to me about Nigeria. And sometimes it feels like, am I in La La Land? Am I dreaming? Am I okay? Can I not see the Nigeria that everybody is seeing? Why am I so optimistic? Why do I believe so much? What's wrong with me? Am I really hearing from God? Does He really have these plans? Between January and April, God was revealing a lot of the things that He's doing in the country. And I just needed hope. I just needed that confirmation that I was not alone. And then Evelyn posted a video by Kemi on her WhatsApp story where God gave her a word for Nigeria. And I remember watching that video. I probably cried, laughed, jumped, screamed because it resonated so deeply. I remember sending it to my mentor, Pastor Yudi, because he's someone that's also passionate about Nigeria. And this is a grown man in his 50s, a director in an oil and gas company, big man. He sent me a message. He said he cried like a baby watching that prophetic word. Fast forward again, God started speaking again. And fast forward to Independence. I think it was Independence Day. And again, God was speaking again. And again, I just needed that confirmation that God, are you really going to do these things that you're saying? And then I just said, then I remember that lady, Kemi Fredaditiba, that put out that YouTube video. Let me even look for her on Instagram to see if God said something. And I found her Instagram page and she had just released a word. Again, it was so apt. At that point, I just had to send her a DM. Please, can I have your number? And we just connected and we spoke. And when God said Abuja, she's one of the first people I called and said, God said, I should come to Abuja, and she's a pastor of a big church in Abuja, but finishing church, but she's served, so I'm going to speak over Nigeria. I don't know if we should speak, then you share, or you share, then I speak. Maybe you share. Maybe share the word, then we speak.
All right, I've had such a great time. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for being passionate nation. Thank you so much, Dr. Esther Longe. Thank you, Ini, and thank you, Omi, for this opportunity. And thank you for being a vessel and yielding to God. Everybody has to yield to God. Everybody has to yield to their own assignments that God has, put in their heart. And so for me, one of the things God had started to do with me, again, similar to everybody, I've always had passion. I don't know where it came from. That passion for this nation. I got married to a man, so happened to be passionate about Nigeria. So it just started to, work from there. And I knew that it had to be God, because ordinarily, there's no way I would be as interested. But then last year, the Lord started to speak to me about a prophet in this nation. And I remember saying, why are you showing me these things, Lord? Like, why are you showing me these things? And the first prophetic word that I shared, sorry to take our time. The first prophetic word that I shared, I remember struggling. Can we have, okay. I remember struggling and saying, how can I share this? Because the core of it was God saying, I want you to tell the people to rejoice, that righteousness will become their leader. I remember saying, this sounds great, but right now, this is not the kind of word, like if maybe say, oh, there's going to be crisis in this and that, it's easier to say that. Thank you. It's easier to say that, but to tell people to rejoice with everything that is going on, and it was like God saying, I remember, because I have an intercessory group where we pray for the nations. And I remember saying to them, I have this burden to share this word. And when I shared it, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. And this was how God said, you must share it. You have to share it. And so hearing the testimony and all the testimonies that have come after, because God wanted us to release hope over the nation because people have become hopeless. And just to let you know that hope is actually a strategy. A lot of times, one of the first things the devil comes to attack is your hope. When you don't have hope, hope deferred makes the heart go weary. And when you're weary, you can't really run. You can't do anything. And so God says, release this word because of the hope. And then, of course, October 1st came as well. He shared another word with me, and I had to share it as well. And I remember thinking, how will these things be? And so connecting with Omilola and being here at this conference, everything is coming together, and they are like signs. I actually dreamt about certain things about this moment. I dreamt I saw Dr. Esther Longe. Yeah, I remember thinking, why am I dreaming about these people? What is going on? And so seeing the rising star, there was a word I also heard from God. It said constellation. I remember thinking, what does that mean? Anyway, there was a dimension of it that I thought it meant. But staying here and sitting here, everything started to make sense again. That there's a collection of stars. A collection of stars. I was like, okay, this is really happening. So 2 nights ago, I got a word from God because I was praying about it. And the first thing he said was Isaiah chapter 60. And I said, God, it's just common. I need something deeper. Like, it sounds too common. And he said, no, that is the word. It was so intense that I slept and dreamt that I was literally here shouting from the top of my lungs, arise and shine. Your light has come. Like literally having to announce to the people that their light has come. And so God is saying, Nigeria, your light has come. And every time you think Nigeria, don't think a geographical location. Think you. Think that your light has come. Think that there's a glory that is now rising over you. And that star, it's so the word God gave me, again, so saying, Nigeria, your light has come. And the essence of this light is for God to be glorified. And the Bible says that men shall see your light and give glory to God. So the way God will be glorified is when they see that light. And so each and every one of us, God is saying, that light that is rising over you, it is time for you to arise. It is time for you to stand up from that bent place, the place of hurt, the place of pain. And so the other word God gave me, same night, is Joseph. And I was like, Joseph? He said, yes. And he said, the story of Joseph is almost similar. It's like, just picture Nigeria as Joseph. And God said to me that I gave you a dream. There's the Nigerian dream, in quote. There's that which God has said over this nation. And it's like, God, when will it happen? When are we going to see this thing? Look at all the things we have been through. And God said that you're going to go through all of this because when you're done, you're going to cause your brothers in Africa to arise. And so God is saying that what I'm doing in Nigeria is not just for Nigeria. So Nigeria, you call yourself the giant of Africa. You're not just going to be the giant, as it were. You're not just going to be the giant just so you're the big dog among the other dogs. You're the biggest star among the other stars. God says that I want you to empower your brothers. So I have put you through all the things you have gone through so that Africa can actually stand in the position that I've called her to stand. And so each and every one of us have that assignment to see that God's word comes to pass. We are supposed to partner with him to see that his words comes to pass. And the last one is, he used this scripture to confirm what he was saying. It's Luke chapter 22, verse 31 to 34, thereabout. But I'll just read 31. And here, Jesus is talking to Simon. And he says, Simon, Satan has asked to sift all of you as wheat. Nigeria, Satan has asked to sift you and your brothers as wheat, but I have prayed for you. I thought we would be excited about God's word. I have prayed for you that your faith may not fail. Nigeria, I'm talking to each and every one of you. Your faith may not fail. Your faith in the promise of God's word. Your faith in that rainbow. Your faith saying that what God has designed over this nation will not fail. And it says, and when you have turned, when you have come out of the chaos and the crisis, it says what? strengthen your brothers. When you have come out of the disruptions and all the things that are happening over this nation, when you have come out, strengthen your brothers. And so God's word to us today is actually for us to see ourselves as that rising star that doesn't just shine for people to see us, but to see the glory of God through us, and so that others can see that it is possible to rise to. Others can see that it's possible to shine to. Other African countries can see that it is possible to do and to make do with all that God has called us to do. And so finally, I'll just also state that the Lord spoke to me about Nehemiah. And he said that when they kept bringing bad reports to Nehemiah and saying, oh, this has happened, look at what happened. For example, the NSAS, it's discouraging, we can't keep, what are we even doing? What's the point? That Nehemiah refused to listen to those bad reports. He said, we must build this thing. He kept building. He didn't even run to the temple because he had an opportunity to run into like, oh, church, and just hide there and say, we'll just be in our bubble. But God says, no, you're not going to be in your bubble. You're going to step out and you're going to build. And God says that every instruction that I give you, take heed and do it. Every act of obedience to the word of God is a building block. Every single one. Omilola is doing hers. She's taking steps in faith. You must do yours. Take your steps in faith because it's part of the building process. You may be asking God, what does this have to do with that? And God is saying, you have no idea, but I've seen the full and bigger picture. And so God is saying that every time you get discouragement, use it and take it. Everything I tell you to do it and build for me. And so I just, hear that. And when we were doing the vision, thank you for that, I heard the word gold. And I was like, God, is it time for us to, is it time for me to share it? He said, yes, this is the time I want you to share it. He says, Nigeria, there will be gold that will be found, that will cause, it seems like, it's like gold is going to be found from Nigeria in a way that is actually mind-blowing. And God is saying that there are people he has called into that arena that are discouraged. And I don't know, I don't know how you watch this, but I'm just going to follow that leading. You're probably discouraged, like, what does mining, nothing is really happening, and all of that. God is saying that there's gold to be retrieved in this nation. And it is not just for now. It is for the wealth creation for this nation. And it's not just for your pocket. It's not just for you. And so you have to take those steps. You have to take those steps. So a lot of resources are going to be found in Nigeria. Gold is just an example and a prototype of what will be found. But things are going to be found that will help us. And so everybody take your place, take your position, do what must be done. You are the Nigeria. And God is saying that if you say, oh, there's no faith, there's no hope, you're saying there's no faith. God can't trust me. That's what you're saying. Because as far as God is concerned, he's going to do his own part. And so we have to stand in that place. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to make the declarations, and it's actually based on Isaiah 60. So, I mean, when I Isaiah 6 is a chapter, is a chapter that quite familiar with. Before God even started speaking to me about it for Nigeria, I had held this as a personal word a few years ago. But when God gave me the theme, the rising star, and I read the first 5 verses, God was talking about the rising star in that chapter. So we're going to all declare. Now, you guys could be anywhere in the world right now, and those watching online, but you're here for a reason. All of you have authority. I don't know. There could have been anybody that was here, but God has specifically put you here. In 2020, we had 2,000 people, right? I don't know how many we have here, maybe 100, I don't know. But it occurred to me that God was very specific on the people that were coming here. We didn't get the publicity support we normally get. We didn't even have time to do publicity up until we were just still putting out flyers because we were even confirming people. So I kept thinking, God, how are we publicizing this thing? But God publicized it to the people that he wanted to be here. There are some people that just heard about it yesterday that are here. So you all have assignments, right? You cannot go, when you go home, begin to just spend time with God. If you have to watch this again, meditate, whatever it is, there's specific assignments He has for you. There's a big responsibility He's placing on all of you here, that you were actually here. So you have authority. So we're going to declare. But I know that as we're declaring over Nigeria, God is declaring over you as well. And so even as you're expecting some of these things to happen for Nigeria, be expectant. Go and do that visioning exercise for yourself as well, because you'll be a first partaker. Okay, so we're going to say it. We're going to shout. So everyone stand up. And you're going to say after me. For Kemi, thank you. So after this, I'll do my vote of thanks. And then we'll go. Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Arise and shine.
Arise and shine.
Nigeria, 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 arise and shine.
For your light has come.
For your light has come.
And the glory of the Lord is risen upon you.
And the glory of the Lord is risen upon you.
For behold, darkness has covered the earth.
For behold, darkness has covered the earth.
And deep darkness the people.
And deep darkness the people.
But the Lord will arise over you, Nigeria.
For the Lord will arise over you, Nigeria.
And His glory will be seen upon you, Nigeria.
And His glory will be seen upon you, Nigeria.
I call forth the nations of the world.
I call forth the nations of the world
to come to our light.
To come to our light.
And kings to the brightness of our rising.
And brightness of our rising.
We lift up our eyes.
We lift up our eyes.
And see they all gather.
And see they all gather.
They come to us.
They come to us.
Our sons and daughters in the diaspora come from afar.
Our sons and daughters from the diaspora come from afar.
We are radiant and we shall see.
We are radiant and we shall see.
Our hearts swell with joy.
Our hearts swell with joy.
Because the abundant wealth of the seas is turned over to us.
Because the abundant wealth of the seas is turned over to us.
We call forth foreigners and foreign investments.
We call forth foreigners and foreign investments.
Say it loud. We call forth foreigners and foreign investments.
Call forth foreigners and foreign investments.
To build up our walls.
To build up our walls.
And their kings to serve us.
And their kings to serve us.
Our gates are continually opened.
Our gates are continually open.
Day and night.
Day and night.
Receiving the wealth of the nations.
Receiving the wealth of the nations.
In different currencies.
In different currencies.
And at different time zones.
And at different time zones.
For any nation or currency that does not serve us will perish.
For any nation that does not serve us will perish.
Nigeria.
Our
officers are peace, including our police officers.
Our officers peace, including our police
Let's say
officers.
That again. Nigeria.
Our
officers are peace, including our armed forces.
Our officers are peace, including our armed forces.
And our police officers.
And our police officers.
Violence and tears shall no longer be heard in our land.
Violence and tears shall no longer be heard in our land.
Particularly the north and other parts of Nigeria.
Particularly the north and other parts of Nigeria.
Neither wasting nor destruction within our borders.
Neither wasting nor destruction within our borders.
We speak to you, Borno Maiduguri.
We speak to you, Borno Maiduguri.
There will be no more wasting or destruction within your borders.
There will be no more wasting or destruction within your borders.
Nigeria, the sun shall no longer be your light by day.
Nigeria, the sun shall no longer be your light by day.
Nor for brightness shall the moon give light to you.
Nor for brightness shall give light to you.
But the Lord our God Jesus Christ.
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 But the Lord our God Jesus
But the Lord our God Jesus Christ.
But the Lord our God Jesus Christ.
But the Lord our God Jesus Christ.
But the Lord our God Jesus Christ
will be to you an everlasting light.
Will be to you an everlasting light.
And your God your glory.
And your God your glory.
Your sun shall no longer go down.
Your sun shall no longer go down.
Nor shall your moon withdraw itself.
Nor shall your moon withdraw itself.
For the Lord our Lord Jesus Christ.
For the Lord our Lord Jesus
will
Christ
be your everlasting day, the everlasting light.
Will be your everlasting light.
And Nigeria, please say this with all passion. Nigeria. And the days of your mourning.
And the days of your mourning
has ended today, 7th of November 2021.
Has ended today, 7th November 2021.
Nigeria, your people shall all be righteous.
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 We shall all be righteous.
We shall all be righteous.
And we shall inherit the land forever.
And we shall inherit the land forever.
The branch of the Lord Jesus planting.
The branch of the Lord Jesus planting.
The work of his hands that he may be glorified.
The work of his hands that he may be glorified.
Oh, Nigeria, you will glorify Jesus.
Oh, Nigeria, you glorify Jesus.
A little one shall become 1,000.
A little one shall become 1,000.
And a small one a strong nation.
And a small one a strong nation.
Nigeria, the Lord says.
Nigeria, the Lord says.
He will hasten it in his time.
He will hasten it in his time.
And so shall it be done.
And so shall it be done.
In Jesus' name.
Amen.
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 Hallelujah. Give the Lord a shout. Rejoice, rejoice, because it is done. Hallelujah. Praise God. Thank you. I would first of all like to, you can sit down, thank my Heavenly Father for loving this country so much and for having great plans for her. It is such a privilege, Lord, to join you at work in Nigeria. And because I know you are involved, we will surely see a new Nigeria. I would like to thank my amazing husband, John Olugbenga Oshikoya, who is a superstar. Right now, I'm here in Abuja hosting this conference, but he's in Lagos taking care of our kids without a house help. Without you, babe, I can't be and do all the things the Lord asked me to do. I'm here saying thank you, and I love you. I would like to thank my protostar children, Feromi, Fiore, Olaoluwa, and Kiton, for their labor of love and sacrifice to our nation, because allowing me to leave them and do this work year in, year out, which is only going to get even bigger, which is going to get even a bigger sacrifice, which is even going to get bigger, is a sacrifice to them. May you live in the Nigeria of your dreams, and may Nigeria yield her increase to you all. May you grow to become not just a star, but a superstar, a constellation of stars, shining your light for the world to see. I would like to thank my parents, Abimbola and Folusho Aboderi, my siblings, Sean, Wonu, Mayede, and Dami Aboderi, my in-laws, most especially Princess Matilda Folonsho Oshikoya, Sister Feyo Guneye, and the rest of my in-laws, my prayer partners, my kingdom brothers and sisters, pastors, family, friends, mentors, and mentees, including Mr. Lanre Olushola, Pastor Wale Adefaransi, and Dr. Mina Bajomo. I would also like to thank from the bottom of my heart everyone who contributed towards financing this hybrid conference. Without your funds, we would not have been able to do this. People gave in their 1,000s, people gave 300,000, people gave 500, people gave. Thank you. I would like to thank Mrs. Dupe Olushola and the Transcorp Hilton team. I would like to thank Mr. Olumide Akinola of Lumi Exclusive Digital for our beautiful stage decoration and multimedia. He said to me, this chair covers the stage, everything. He said to me, whatever you can give, just tell me what you can give. I'll do it for you. I've never met him before. I still haven't met him. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank the Wells Carlton for giving us accommodation, most especially Olori Atuashe III. Thank you, Olori. I would like to thank our amazing speakers from Esther, Ini, Tosi, Mr. Laye Jayola, Mr. Oswald, Kendi Oniru, Ezekiel Olaile, who's represented by Toyin. Thank you, Toyin, for coming. Mr. Femi Leye. Have I forgotten anybody else? Ibuku, our amazing MC. Our audience, all of you here, and all our partners and sponsors over the years, particularly in this edition, such as Tosha Oladeji of Script Edge, Eva Akaka for my makeup, Rural Woman for my amazing sun-like outfit. God chose gold. Maybe, yeah, because I thought sun, yellow, or Nigeria, but he chose gold. So, Father, I tap into that prayer for it. I go discover it. Temi Lady of Pamule she just called, said she wants to give me outfits for my trip in Abuja, so she gave me like 3. Kendi Omotosho and Kendi Omotosho for my outfits for Abuja. Omon of Noraya for my headpiece. Butterfly jewelry for my jewelry. I'd like to thank, please can you give the volunteers, can you just give them a standing ovation, please. Please. Those that are here and those that are online, please. Every one of you. These guys they've been holding prayer watches throughout the day. 9, 12, they have been praying. I've not met some of them. They've been at it. Some of them have been here early. They have not asked for a single dime for weeks. They've given of their time. Thank you. God bless you. You are all rising stars. I pray you shall not find, rather I pray that you will always find destiny helpers, even for the vision God has given you. To the amazing Do It Afraid team, Olutayo, Ekeoma, my executive assistant, Caleb, our graphic designer, he actually even came. Please, Caleb, stand up. Give him a round of applause. He came all the way from Lagos. Muturai, our planner, please stand up. Sean Williams of SW Motion Works, he did the Do It Afraid story videos. Oyahire Russell, my number 1 from 2015, has been there. He's been there. He directed. Evelyn and Eva that have been there. Please give them a round of applause. Stand up. Raquel. Please let Raquel stand up. Raquel was very first volunteer in 2015. Many have come and gone, but Raquel has stood the test of time. She has stayed continuously. In fact, I'm sure we did this in Abuja because she actually just randomly just said it. I'm not even volunteering if I'm not going to be in Abuja. And it happened to be in Abuja. Thank you. Victor Onyekere, please give him a round of applause. That's that yellow guy over there in white. Please, he's single for anyone that's looking to mingle. He did come to Abuja even. Victor came all the way from Lagos. Thank you to Victor Motarayo. My uncle Wale Aboderi, special advisor to the First Lady, he's here. Please, thank you for coming. We are cousins, blood cousins. And he came with his friend. Thank you, sir. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. I'd like to especially thank Pastor Kemi Fred Adetiba of the Finishing Church for just supporting this conference, supporting me. I'd like to thank my sister, Pastor Toyin Podro Yemade of Covenant Nation. I've thanked them. Lumix, yes, I have. Shola for the plaques. I didn't thank him. Thank you. I'd like to thank, Pastor Toyin Podro Yemade of Covenant Nation, my sister. I'd like to thank Olori Atuashe III of Warwick Kingdom for her support. And like I said, everybody that has prayed with me, DDK, Debola Deji always encouraging me. Jackie praying with me. Omotayo, she made me cry at 4 a.m. this morning. You know, Ibukun, even though she was the MC, we were praying and kabashing together. So many people. I mean, if I have forgotten you, please, it's because I'm tired. Huntley, there's a guy here, Huntley. I have to give him a shout. Huntley is my friend from Lagos, and he's here. He's a Nigerian. We're always arguing and bouncing about politics because we're on different sides of but he loves Nigeria. So thank you, Huntley, for coming. Pastor Deji, Pastor Dio Benjamin Lani that I just met. Thank you, and for bringing everyone that was here. So thank you all very much. I love you. I don't know what God is going to say next year. I don't know where we're going to go next year. I was so hoping that, in fact, when I heard the theme, he had given me the theme since, but I didn't want to hear. Maybe if I had gone to ask him how, I'd have had 6 months to plan, but I was just hoping that it was not going to happen. But it seems like when I thought we were ending, we're just about to start. And I think this message is going to go around. So thank you so much. Continue to support us. We need your support, partnerships. We did this through crowdfunding. We still have some things we need to sort out. So if you're watching online or you're here physically, nothing is too small. Like I said, some people gave 1,000, some people gave 500. Nothing is too big. If you want to give us 10 million, please give. We have things to sort out. So please support us. But thank you so much. And for all our virtual online peeps, we love you too. God bless you all, and go and rise. Thank you.
Father, we thank you for the success of this conference. Thank you, Father, for the rising stars in the building. We thank you, Father, because Nehemiahs have risen out of this conference. We thank you, Father, because the Josephs have arisen. We ask, oh God, that you'll give us the strength to do that which you've commissioned us to do in the name of Jesus. And we declare that, Father, fear will not hinder what you're doing in this new Nigeria, and that we'll be at the forefront of what you're doing. We will not be replaced in the name of Jesus. In Jesus' name we've prayed.